Hello, hello. Starting working on a live build here of my new VTOL. I'm gonna just do a couple things, getting the stream set up here, and I will be right with you guys. I'm just gonna put the old announcement on the Discord and on the YouTube and then I'll be getting here. So this is something I started making. I want to be able to do some more of these rescues. I'm really not happy with any of my craft for going out there and doing it. I'm kind of very much in an anti-helicopter mood, and so I don't want to use my fast helicopter for anything as of right now. And so thought I'd make this. So I'm just still setting up a little bit, so take me a second. And one more announcement, and I think we'll be good to go here. So I did a little work on this earlier today. That's why it's in a somewhat workable state. I usually like to at least do a little bit of work on it before I start. So I'm just finishing this up, and then we should be able to go here soon. All right, here we go. So first thing I'll do is kind of show you where the progress is right now. Presently, working pretty well. It's flyable. I like to get things in a flyable state before I kind of start screwing around with paint or anything else, well, if it's an aircraft. So we have a rear ramp here. I need to index that, so that's something I should look at right now. What are we talking? Like a 0.38. 0.38 is the touch on that, so let's set that. And we'll go on a quick flight. I'll kind of show you where we're at here. So that's just setting up all my limitations. So let's go for a quick flight. This actually has the gear off of one of my really old VTOLs, and I, edited it. So it's going to have a rear ramp entry only, I think. It's just space-wise, I have fuel in the belly. I'm actually going to no-clip in here. I want to put this door up. So it's got a ways to go with all this stuff, but it's flying really well already, so you kind of have that starting point. So we'll do a quick walk around. So it's kind of a smallish size. I want it to be small. It has its twin turbine, and it has fans in the wings for VTOL flight. Kind of a modern design. I don't have too much modern. Twin boom tail, which will help with the loading ramp. Gear is pretty snazzy, but it's not connected yet. All retractable gear on there. And so let's no clip in here. We'll take it for a quick flight. Already flies really well, so I like to get those things out of the way before I start doing too much. So I'll start spooling up the turbines. These have ducted fans in there. That's what's doing most of the forward propulsion. Then we have vertical gated propellers here for actually running the vertical. So let's go ahead and start increasing thrust. So we've got our rotor starting, and I'm gonna go ahead and take off out of here. So using the stock gyro, I don't like using some of the other really wooden ones from the workshop. And then it's going to do a little bit of a nose dip here when I go into forward flight mode. Can't really solve that all that easily. It's when the ducted fans start kicking in. Make sure this works here. There we go. I can hear them now. See, it dips the nose. That's a thing with the game. Is the control surfaces kind of just click on. They're not really linear the way that the control surfaces start getting effectiveness, and so I think it's like around 60 knots they start taking effectiveness. Once I get up here, as you notice, those wing propellers will auto stop and start. So that's kind of my preferred way to do it. Is, the only time you would want those spinning, you don't want to be losing any energy from your turbines. That's just a waste. So what you do is, the only time you'd want those to help you maintain vertical flight is when you get to a slow enough speed to need it. So gear's not hooked in yet. So this is what auto gyro on looks like, or the gyro on, which would be auto hover. And then my hands are off the controls now. This is with the gyro off. So You know, always try to have the plane flying really well with the gyro off. As you can see, no gyro on now, flies well. Just needs a little bit of trim like it would need in real life, and will fly nice and straight and level, no problem. So one reason why it needs this pitch trim is, as you can see, the center of thrust is the front of those two turbines is above the center of gravity. Oh, and that is something I need to figure out why it does that. I think that has something to do with the gyro, that it does that. It rarely happens, but it does happen. I think it's a gyro problem because the gyro doesn't know which way is up or down. So I just switch into vertical flight and turn on the gyro, and it will fix it, as you can see. So something I need to iron out, but let's go ahead and we'll go back into forward flight mode here. So I'm just holding down the 3 key. This is advancing the clutch on the ducted fans. And once we go over, I think it's, I set to 45 meters per second, so something like 90 knots, it will disconnect the clutch for the wing rotors. So we're pretty much at max speed now. We should be doing 131 meters per second. So we're doing like 260. Let's see, 131 times 1.94 is 254. Around 260 knots, so that's pretty good speed. So let's shut off the gyro again and see if I can't reproduce this issue, or if it reproduces itself. So one thing I can do too is I have those propellers. You can see they're probably causing some drag. What I'll do is have them zero themselves out once they get down to a certain speed. But flies well, and the whole point of this is I'm really just like so sick of helicopters, and I'm kind of I'm such a contrarian. I don't want to do like, you know, the meta ever, and so the I would much rather do a cool VTOL like this than a helicopter. It's just painfully boring to me, a helicopter. You know, I wish there was more missions in the game that would have the same style mission, but they just were not, you know, they were just didn't require, you know, vertical craft, essentially. So, as you see, it flies well. We have a good speed. Like I said, you know, we're up around 250 to 260 knots, which is, you know, especially with the shortness of the distances in game, you see how we've traversed quite a bit already. A good bit of fuel. We have about, what is it? Between 5,000 and 6,000 liters of jet fuel. So that's that should be pretty good. Hey, how's it going, Nip? So that should be more than enough fuel. So all I have to do here to get the vertical to reestablish is I just need to reduce the clutch on the ducted fans, and what's going to happen is as we slow down, once we hit about 90 knots, it's going to automatically clutch up those props, as you can see, and the rotors on the wings start up automatically. So, you know, I know a lot of people like to just put in VTOL mode or forward flight mode. I don't like that. It's overly automated for me. You know, as a pilot, you know, the pilot always wants to be in charge of flying. You know, I don't want the airplane trying to take over. I know that's a very modern thing that people think is good, but you know, still modern airplanes, the pilot is constantly having to take off the autopilot because it's doing something stupid. You know, you want to be in control of it. You're ultimately responsible no matter what. So as you see, it hands off right now, flies really nicely. Yeah, we'll go ahead and put it down. So this is going to be kind of my new rescue vehicle. I'm going to be buying for the career... That was not what I want to do. For the career build series, I'm going to be doing I want to buy one of the islands. And I think the devs missed something that could have been really super duper cool here. There's one of these islands I'll show to you. It's this one here. It's really cool. It has a cave base that can launch a ship as big as the Triton, which I have launched it in there. But you can build, I think you can build up here, and you can build down here. There's two workbenches to build actually buildings, so I want to build us a base there. The issue is that they missed a big thing where you could have put that underwater base, which is awesome, but then also give us like a helipad, man. But they didn't do that, so there's no way to spawn an air vehicle. So as you can see, when I throttle all the way back, like this, it's going to reduce the rotors. And so that kind of just takes some strain off of them while you're sitting here. I might get rid of that, I don't know. But that lets me hover up, that lets me just sit here and idle and not use as much fuel. And then as soon as I throttle up, those are gonna spin right back up. So it kind of goes right into a ground idle mode. So really flying well so far. It flies like an airplane too. You see how like I have to actually kind of control it a little bit. It's not super stiff like a ZE controller, which, you know, they're too, I often call them nannies because they take over for you too much, and they like, right now I just turned on auto hover. It does the same thing. It always wants to keep you level. That's not really how a real airplane would work. Is you have to be the pilot still and trim and do all this other stuff. So you see it works really well. Let's go ahead. I want to start working on the gear. That should be easy. And yeah, we'll get working on that. And then paint, cockpit layout, stuff like that. But, you know, as you can see, it's running well, and I like to get it to that state. This is just testing type stuff. So if you want to see any of the micros, I can kind of show them. They're pretty simple right now. But let's get working on the gear here. So symmetry's off. I'll stick it on the top anyway. Kind of going with a thin wing. I have winglets on there, inverted winglets. So the point of a winglet, if you don't know why an airplane has a winglet, is what happens is you get induced drag, and so the air is coming, it's coming slower underneath the wing, and it's going faster over the top. That's what the curvature is for, is to get the airspeed higher over the wing. The higher airspeed, it's like a jet pump. It causes a low pressure. And so the low pressure, you have an area of low pressure on top, high pressure on bottom, lift. And so what happens is all that high pressure air wants to spill out here. And so before they had winglets, it would come off the tip, and it's going to go from high pressure, which is down below, up to the low pressure, right? It wants to go from high to low and equalize. So the air would come from underneath the wing, it would go up, and it would swirl. And you get, they look like tornadoes. There was a real cool, back when I was flying for the airlines, there was a DC-10. It was, I think it was an MD-11. DC-10, probably not. I think it was an MD-11. And they were taken off in heavy rain at JFK, and you could see huge tornadoes coming off the tips of the wings because it was an old plane, didn't have winglets. And so the air was spilling from underneath the wing to the area low pressure, creating a tornado. Well, that tornado is actually pulling you backwards, and it's causing drag. And so what they started doing is putting winglets on things. You can put them on the top, you can put them on the bottom. The whole point is the air, if it, say it's going on the top like this, the air comes up and it swirls. It doesn't get pulled into that area of low pressure. It comes up, it goes up and out. And here's the same thing. It would hit this like fence here, and it would go straight back instead of swirling and causing a bunch of drag. Go ahead and check the Discord. All the stuff for the build challenge is on the Discord. I'll give you a link here. It's going to be the 31st at midnight. So that would be the 30th at, you know, the night of the 30th, midnight. Let me find the announcement. Everything's on Discord. See if I can find it here. I'll make an invite here for the build challenge. All right, here it is right there. Okay. And so, you know, that's the whole point of putting winglets on there. And even though they'll spend millions and millions of dollars putting on winglets on all the planes, but it saves them that much in fuel. That's why they do it. All right, so let's get working on gear here. Got distracted by aeronautical science stuff. I'm going to turn on the AC. If it sounds too annoying to you guys, let me know. Let's get back to my walk in the hot weather. All right, so this is going to be landing gear. Kind of making mostly new panels for this plane. Just kind of... All right, so let's see. We want composite input. That's from gear panel. Okay. We want to go out to the gear panel, composite output, gear panel. All right, and then we want number input. Let's see, port, pivot, input. Okay. So it's going to be star pivot input. All right, and then we need the nose. Nose pivot input. And then we should be able to go number output to gear. So this goes to all 3 gear. And then we want wider here still. So that's going to be 3. So let's go like that. Ah, come on. And let's do nose, door, number out, port, door, out, and this is going to be star door. All right. So that's going to be what we need for gear. Let's go ahead. We'll do a property name, property text. Just tell me where my spawn point is. Okay. I think it's the game that was having an issue with my middle mouse button. Like, sometimes my middle mouse button's acting up, and it's actually the game is just not reading it right. It's fine. And it's not just this game. It will do it in other games, too. It's weird. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, just go through the announcement. It says it right there. It's the last line of the announcement. Due date is July 31st, 00 Eastern. I think it's EST. Is it EST or daylight time now? You know, Zulu is correct. 0400 Zulu is correct. All right, so what we're going to do here is, I know I'm setting up a gear panel fresh again, but let's go here, and I have this set in, so I like to use these throttles to kind of tune my gear in first. So like this one I think is the door, negative 0.47. Okay. Let me do that. Negative 0.47. All right, so we'll go. I like to. Do I do a counter? I don't think I do a counter on this one. I think I'll do a switch box. So we have 2 numbers here. Property number. I'm doing all property numbers now. It makes it easier for me to tune them. So the default is going to be starting, pause, port. All right, this is going to be the starting position port, and that is negative 0.47. This one is port closed, and that's going to be -1. All right, good. That will go to the port door right there. All right. And then we'll duplicate the same thing for starboard here. Starboard door is there. All right. I'm going to try to do some more gear modules. I have to set those up a little bit. I actually just grabbed the nose gear off of the Seagull to do for this. All right, so starboard's the same, and then I'm going to grab the information from the Seagull, I think, for the nose. Let's actually do this. Let's update this and save it. I might be able to save myself some time doing this. For some reason, I decided I was going to start doing fresh panels for this. I don't know why I'm doing that. Grab the Seagull's gear panel, and I think I should be able to make most of that work correctly. All right, it's over here somewhere. Let's see, fuel void gear right there. All right, so let's yank this in. That'll save me some work. I don't know why. It was for this build, for some reason, I'm making all fresh panels, which just adds a ton of work. So I'm trying not to add a ton of work, especially just setting up things like the indicator panel is going to be a pain. So start fresh like this. We'll go in this panel here. All right, so it's going to work a little bit differently, but it's not too bad. So down lock releases pivots. Okay. And then water. We have water there, so I'm going to get rid of the water. This one's not laying in the water. What is that reading the engines for? Okay, this reads engine temperature, so I might end up putting engine temperature on the same panel just to make it easier. So we have nose doors here are done. Main port. Okay, so these have front and rear doors, so I don't need those. So main port front, piston starboard. Okay, so here's this. So that's going to be a -1 here. And then main starboard is going to be a -1. All right, and then we need, I'm just going to do constant numbers. I'm not doing properties on these. And then this will be a -0.47 CV, and then this will go here. All right, and then pistons. I don't need pistons. These don't have pistons. All right, that can all be deleted. Pistons and all that can be deleted. So let's go in here. That will give me more space. So let's see. Piston. Piston starboard, piston port. Don't need them. All right, good. So this one I know that the front's going to work. Starboard. Okay, that's fine. Nose door is all set up. That's fine. And I need to put on locks. I haven't put on locks yet. And then where am I reading these out? Right here. It's got to be the read, gear position there. Sorry, I'm out of chat for a second. Okay, good. Nobody's said anything. Let's see. Up locks. That's going to, so I might just read my engine information there anyway. That would be helpful. So let's see this. So this is if we're in the water. So I can put my gear up if we're in the water. And so I'm just going to get rid of that. What did let me check it. What is this? Yankee or Zulu. So because it's an or, I can get rid of it. I can get rid of my water sensor. Bingo. All right, so that now works anyway. Update that. So yeah, this is a lot better just not having to rewrite everything. Main starboard. So this is going to read the position of this. So this is one of the reasons I like to use these large pivots is I can read their current position. I go through this in the landing gear tutorial is why. What's that? Okay, I hooked in the wrong way. The reason I use these large pivots is I can read. The doors are controlled by where the wheel is like they are in real life. The way it works in real life is you have up switches, down switches, and you have so when you would cycle your gear, it would open the doors, and then once the up limiters are hit, there's little switches. When the up switches hit, it says, hey, the gear's in the well, and then the door will close. So this does the same thing. It's much more realistic this way. And it's much harder for you to have any gear, collapse. So these need to go like that, and then... All right. So that's what commands the gear to pivot. Main, port, front. So this doesn't really matter. I'm going to change the name of it. But this is just the door, so this goes right there. And then this is main starboard. That's this door here. What are you? Nose doors. Nose doors are going to hook in here. So there's two nose doors there. And I'll show you a gear swing here in a second. I need to do locks. Gear nose, what is that reading? The nose position, right there. All right, and what are you? AGL is above ground level. So AGL means, so you don't want to be able to put your gear up when you're sitting on the ground for obvious reasons. You collapse the gear and you clunk in. So let's do, so you put a distance sensor here, and that will read how far we are off the ground, and the only time you can retract our gear is when we're in the air. Because, like, say you were sitting in an airliner and you accidentally grab your gear handle and pull it up while you're sitting at the gate. You don't want the gear to collapse. They will suck themselves in. They're strong enough. They're hydraulic. They'll pull themselves right in, and you'll be laying on the ground, and it'll be bad, bad, bad news. And so, you have these up and down locks to prevent that. Gear. Okay, so that's fine. All right, so what do we need to do next? I need to do, let me find this here. Let's put some locks in here. So These are really, I'll show you the plane that these gear came off of. They're kind of cool gear. Let's, I can't spin them yet, but let's do a quick, let's go ahead and save this. And I'll show you the old VTOL. This was, I'll check the date on this. This sucker is old. Here it is. Last time I worked on this was 9/26/2021. So this was an old VTOL I made, and so the cool thing with this was this could hold a container. So this would transport a container. So the gear came off of this. I redid the wells on them, but gear came off of this. And then what was I gonna do here? Wanted something off the Seagull, and I can't remember what it was. All right, let's go back to this, and I'll remember in a second here. Oh, Seagull, I want the panel. That's the nice thing of using something from something else, is I can grab the panel. So my gear panel here, it has temperature for engine 1, the landing gear temperature for 2, and then the gear position, which is a good setup because that is some stuff that I can easily put on that panel, and the panel doesn't have to hook into everything else. So this will go right about, let's go right, I'll probably move the gear handle down here, but we'll put it there for now. All right, and then this can hook in. I just want to be able to run everything. So this will go to the gear and gear. And then this is just reading temperature. So this will be inlet turbine temperature. And so what I'll do here is change these over. So what are we talking here? So this will be number 2 engine, inlet turbine temperature, which that's how you read temperature on a turbine, is inlet turbine temperature. And then those will be changed to number ins. And then these will plug direct. That can delete. Perfect. All right. And then we can just plug those in. So I want the inlet temperature of the turbines. So where's my temp turbine? Temp turbine. So that's number 1 ITT, and this is number 2 ITT. And that will be, where's ITT? Right there, ITT. All right, good. So that is now plugged up, and let's do a gear swing. So what you have is, on real airplanes, you have jack points, and they're a tiny little circle, and you'll put a jack in there, and they'll just barely jack the plane up off the ground, just enough to get, because the wheels have compression, both the actual compression of the wheel and of the strut. And so they put them up on jacks, and they'd actually be in the wings, but I just jack them like this, and then hopefully I hooked everything up. Infinite electricity's on, so we don't have to worry about that too much. And let's get a swing going, see what we look like here. And I didn't hear anything, so something is up. Let's see. All right, so that's going. Let me make sure that's right. Gear there. Let me make sure I merge this in there. It's in there. You merged up top. You are. Okay, what's up then? All right, so gear channel 2 is, if it's not, we release the up locks. That's fine. And it's probably with this argument here. So I didn't plug in the distance sensor. So I actually don't want to plug in the distance sensor. Since we're on the ground, it's not going to allow me to lift the gear. So what we'll do here is this AGL here, what I'll do is just give it a fake number of 100. And that will tell the system, hey, we're 100 feet off the ground, and it's, or 100 meters. As long as we're more than 10 meters, that will allow us to raise our gear. So you see the gear doors will start in this position. So one thing that's going to be cool is I'm going to put a spotlight right there, and the spotlight will actually hide in. So that'll be kind of cool to do. Let's get in here. Still not working. Oh, no, it's working. I was expecting the noise, the ding of the locks. I didn't put locks on there. So let's see. The doors are not closing in the back, and don't know if that got hung up or what. I'm going to get out and go give it a looky-loo and see what's up. Okay, so see this one? This one does have a lock on there. I didn't hook the hardpoint lock. So that one does have a lock. The other ones do need a lock. So up locks release and down locks release. So up lock release. So up locks, as the name would make you think, are what locks it up in the well, and these are down locks. So actually we want down lock release. So down lock release locks them down, and up locks lock them up. So they're just these tiny little J-hooks. We have to use enormous things. They're almost a meter long. It is a VTOL Live Build. So let's see if I can get that nose wheel to swing. So notice how the doors are not trying to crush the nose wheel. I go into this in the landing gear tutorial. The best way is to do it this way. The large pivots report their current position. That's how it's done in IRL. If the wheel does not come up properly, instead of it smashing it with the doors, watch what happens. So last time, that nose wheel, the doors were not closing because it was not in the up position. And so now it went up, and as you can see, the door's closed. And so they'll only close when it's up. This door I need to fix. I don't know why this door is not behaving itself. Let's check. I think I know why. Let me fix it. So this is the main doors here. So let's see what we want here. So -47. So if it is... All right, I'm going to read the position off these here, and then I'll find my positioning. So, all right, so as you can see, the way these doors work is they start 90 degrees, and then they automatically go to a -47 so that there's no gap there. This, I think there's like a C123 provider has gear like this. So I like to make them off of, you know, some realistic stuff. So we're going to raise the gear. I'm going to come out. And so those nose doors will only close when they're in the correct position. These should be going to the 0 position. So what I need to do is read the position of the pivot. Current rotation is at 0.249. Okay. And so I need to go in here and change that. So port here. So this should switch over to -1 when it's between... low threshold should be 0.24. High threshold should be 1. And the same here. So 0.24 and 1. All right, so as you see, they automatically move to that position. The doors will automatically move themselves only when the gear is in the correct position for the doors to be open or closed. So now they should... close to the 1 position. All right, nice. So we're all cleaned up there. Let's look underneath. So I have these exposed. This is like the Embraer 145 has exposed wheel wells like this. The Boeing 737 has exposed wells. I just like them. It's kind of neat being able to see your wheels in the well there. I don't know why I like it, but I do. This, I just need to put some block in there to cover it. And so let's do that. All right, so let's go white block there. All right, and so now that is fixed for the gear. So gear is working well, so that's easy peasy. Let's go ahead. We need to put in some, let's actually undo that. So I need to put down locks on these, or else we could run into problems where these don't want to lock in the down position. So it's actually reasonably easy to do now with the hard points. It used to be a lot more of a challenge before we got hard points. Hard points were one of the, you know, like I've said before, I'm a big advocate of if the devs do something good, we need to give them the little pat on the head. And giving us hard points was a big, you know, it was a big benefit to the game. It's not gonna work there. I have to think about how I want this to be done. Let's undo that. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Trying to think of the best place to put this to make this work the way I want. All right, let's I think we're doing all right where I had it. Let's put it back there, see if I can make it work for me. Yeah, but hardpoints really made gear a lot easier to work with. All right, and let me just make sure that come on, I deleted something I didn't want to. And that's backwards, of course. I want this hard point. So the hard point has that fuel node that on one side. I just want to make sure I get that so that it's not showing out the side. Okay, so there it was, and we'll go forward. There we go. So there's my hard point. Stuck in the wells here is always misery, trying to get that right. And the cut there, and then hard point right there. All right, so that's going to be our down lock. So much easier now with these hard points in there to do proper gear locks. So these are just going to have the down locks. That's all I really need is so they don't collapse. I didn't miss too much, Jason. Just I did most of this off screen. I like to get things up and running. Did a little flight. Currently working on the gear. And then, so we should be pretty good on that. Down locks release, so I need to release these down locks now. All right, and so let's do another gear swing. And I'll turn the volume up here so you can hear the click of the locks unlocking. There we go, 3 clicks. Gear's going to come up. Yeah, definitely the best way to do gear is to use the position of the rotation. And one of the things, let's say I pull a lot of G's, I talk about this in the landing gear tutorial, is if you pull a lot of G's, it will try to pull the gear out of the wells. If you use timing for the doors, what ends up happening is they'll get hung up on the doors. If you don't do timing, if you do it by position, the doors will open a little bit to accommodate it and you don't get stuck. That's why I always disable the Meg. I like to play a little bit more realistically myself, and I don't like being interrupted by such things. There are plenty of people who love to do the things that I don't like doing, like megalodons, kraken, and every sort of tornado and nonsensicals. I'm not a huge fan of that stuff for myself. So I don't like ever using that stuff. All right, so we're currently, gear is done. Let's put this in. So right here, where is it? Right here is kind of cool. This is going to be a neat feature. So we can put a spot here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it so that the arrow is pointing up like that. And then when I spawn it, those doors auto close to this point here. And that will be my some of my landing lights. So that'll be kind of neat having them on the doors like that. And then when the gear close, those will go in the wells. So let's just double check, make sure they don't act the fool when I close the gear. So one of the reasons I wanted to use the panel from before was, as you can see, this has the gear position indicator. So we get in transition, and then they'll go 3 reds when they're up. And as you can see, that hides the lights inside of the legs. So just kind of or in the hips. So just kind of cool, you know, adds a little bit of neatness to it. So there's going to be Basiliscus's panels. I sent Basiliscus a message. I've yet to try it out. Basiliscus added a feature I requested, which is awesome. I appreciate that, Basiliscus. For example, for your, I don't have it in right now, but for your attitude indicator. So depending on your airplane, the speed, all of these things, when your deck angle, the angle of your pitch will change. So say, for example, you have your flaps out, you're coming into land, you have a much higher angle of attack. You're going at a slower speed, and so you need that higher angle of attack to achieve more lift. Planes like the B-52, when they're in cruise, their pitch angle is actually negative. Their nose would be angled down because of the angle of the wing. And so you don't want your horizon line, you can actually turn a knob and you can move it. So what you do is when you change your pitch, you would move your horizon line to match the horizon. And what you do is you get your vertical speed, you look at your vertical speed. Your vertical speed's at 0, it's not moving. Bingo, you're at your horizon, and you readjust it. So Basilisk just added that. It was pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. I would like some more realistic challenges. I understand why they put that in. I won't throw too much shade on it. Everybody enjoys what they enjoy, but it's like, you have your certain people who will constantly do videos on my ship sank, and the megalodon and all these things, and it's for a certain audience, and that's great that their audience is getting what they want, but just that's not for me personally. I'm not a huge fan of that type of stuff. All right, so let's see. What do we want to work on? Let's try to start thinking panels. So this is the cockpit. Let's start working on some of this here. So let's get in there. I try not to get too far ahead of myself where this is when I get in issues. If I don't do enough testing first, right now, I get in my seat, I press 6, it starts both engines up. 1 and 2 control the thrust, and the only reason I don't have it on up-down is I need that for collective for a VTOL. 3, 4 controls the clutch for the ducted fan that allows us to go forwards. And so it's really simple and easy. I can jump in test. The problem is I eventually get to a point where I start building the panel. And once the panel is in, my startup procedure gets much longer and much more in depth. And it takes me a lot longer to get started. And so I try not to get into that too quickly. So let's see. I'm trying to think where I want this here. Let's go panel, monitor. And then I want panel, panel, panel. Okay. This is just speed, RPS. I don't need that stuff. One of them was linear speed. I'll have to fix that and put that back in. That's not a big deal. All right, I want symmetry off so my panels aren't inverted. Panel, let's actually, this is going to be my FMS, my flight, what does FMS stand for? Flight mode system. That's what FMS stands for. It is essentially your autopilot stuff, how to control your airplane. So you would do, let's see, so this is going to be bearing here, and this is going to be autopilot. You want to make it so that both pilots can reach it, ideally. So that will go in the center. That will be my autopilot controller. And then I need a keypad. This will be my waypoint keypad. This is how it is in most airliners, is you have your FMS up here. And so this top row is actually how you control your autopilot. And you spend most of your time, running the autopilot, in the airlines at least. So I don't know if I want to do this or not. So generally heading I do sideways, and then one I do vertical. But I think I don't like the way it looks. So I'm going to go like that, and then I'm going to... for now, I'm going to do additive, just black these out so that they're not blasting in my... Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Let's green them out. Yeah, we'll green everything out. I usually green them out lately. Kind of like green as my... And then this is my new cockpit coloring I use here. Kind of between Soviet and Airbus type of coloring. And then what I usually do is a kit bag station here. So you would... this used to happen back when I was in the airlines. We had this, you still have it, but you don't fill it with as much crap now, is you have this big bag, and the bag you had paper charts, and you probably still have them as backups, but you had paper charts and you had your SOP manual with you at all times. And so you had this big heavy bag, and it would go, I meant to duplicate that. We'll just go like this. Let's go like this. And so you would put your kit bag right next to you in this holster, and it was a holder that was right here, and your kit bag would, it was the exact same shape as this slot. So you would come in, you'd put that bag here, and it had all your charts, so you could just reach right in there and grab charts and stuff. So that goes there generally. And then I use this section here I mean to turn on. I don't want symmetry on right now. And then what we'll do is we put panels here. And so this is kind of it's not a trick, but it's a tip is you can put, because your panels, you need to actually touch them. You notice how I can't put something right in front of them, but you can put a monitor right in front of it. So I try to set my cockpit up so that it alternates so that I can get these in as many places as I can, like right there. So you see, because they're buttoned up against a monitor, they can go there. And then there's a panel here, a monitor. So the monitors are breaking it up to make sure I can get those in there. And then you have your face hugger here. Let's see. And so we'll talk about I'll see if I can find a picture of the face hugger. So the face hugger is your oxygen mask. Let me see if I can find a face hugger oxygen mask. O2 mask. This people I found literal face hugger O2 masks. Let's see. Pilot oxygen mask. Now, let's see if I can find one here to show you guys. So when you're up at a high altitude, say we're flying around the airlines like 37,000 feet, you need to be able to put on your oxygen mask very quickly because the time of useful consciousness at 37,000 feet is only like, I think, 5 to 10 seconds at most. And part of the reason is it actually sucks the oxygen out of your lungs because of the depressurization. And you need a pressure differential for your lungs to work. You need positive pressure on your lungs, or else you can't do gas transfer. And so you have to get that mask on incredibly quick. I'm trying to find one. Struggling to find it. And so you have these masks. This is the best one I could find here. Let's see if we can get it all set up and I'll show you guys. Let's see. So where are we at? Display capture there. All right, so this mask here, if you notice, it has this tubing here at the base and it has tubing up top, and it looks like a face hugger. And what you do is you press these two orange buttons and you press and hold them, and what happens is the oxygen goes into these tubes and it blows them up and they expand. So it's like surgical tubing, and the surgical tubing expands and it makes it up like a big net. And so what you do is now they have these smoke goggles on there because your eyes would burn if there's smoke in the cockpit. We didn't have smoke goggles when I was back there. And so this is probably why they did a new mask design, is put the smoke goggles are now integrated in there. And so the only part of the mask that's sticking out of this box is this part right here, this black part and these two little switches. And when you grab these two tabs, it causes the oxygen to go into this rubber tubing, and it expands because you have your headset on. So this guy doesn't have a headset on. Let's see if I can find a headset. Somebody wearing their headset properly. Here's one. So see, like this guy is wearing his headset. Nobody's wearing their headset, which is weird. See, like this guy's got his headset on. So you need the tubes to go out wide enough so that you can get this over your headset in 5 seconds at most. And so you need to be able to grab that, put it on your head, and when you let go, the O2 stops going through the tubing and it sucks to your face and gives you enough pressure that you can breathe. And so that's why I call it a face hugger. Is it's a face hugger style. It grabs on your head. So I like to put, just for RP, oxygen mask down there. So that is set up in there. Let's do a tiny little bit of paint in here. I don't want to hook this. I don't want to make the mistake I usually do of hooking this up too quickly, because what happens is my testing takes 10 times as long because I have to go through a long startup procedure to get the airplane on to do testing. So I don't want to make that mistake and get too wrapped up with that yet. It should be this color. Let's put on symmetry. And then you go there, and then I want like this gray, probably darker than that gray maybe. And so you want your face hugger right next to you. So it's kind of neat how you put those on. You can probably find some YouTubes of them. I can't play them or else it will screw my video up. But that's what the face hugger is all about, is you can very quickly put that mask on in like half a second. and it makes it so that you don't lose consciousness, because that would be very bad. You know, everybody in the plane can lose consciousness and be fine, except for the pilots. You know, you lose conscious. What's that? What's that? That's okay. That is the gear door. That's for the gear for the nose wheel. That's not the end of the world. I can't cut into it. That's fine. Okay, so what we'll do here is coolant manifold. And then can I cut here? Ah, that's kind of gross. It's not the end of the world. I don't know where the wheel sits. I don't know if I need that in there. So this is just a recess to allow for the nose gear. It's not the end of the world. And then I usually do window segments for my kind of my rudder pedals here. And put a couple rudder pedals. And then where does that end? Here, probably. Okay, it ends there. So let's go. Can I get you and not cause problems? Okay. What was that? That's something I need? No. Okay, good. And this is just decoration, so I don't really care about this too much. This is just kind of a decorative item I like to put in here. So this is just, I put some linear track pieces just as a decorative item. So this is just pure decoration, so it doesn't really matter all that much. But if I have to change them up a little bit. A little bit of decoration. I finally, you know, after working on the build for a little while, I like to get to decoration just because it starts getting boring. Having it looking white and it looks very unfinished, and you get a little decoration there. The build starts coming alive. So this just, you'll be able to see this underneath the seat, and it looks like seat sliders, so you can slide your seats forward and back, as you can see. So it looks like seat sliders to me. I usually put in, let me do a quick color swap here. All right, I usually put in, if my brain will work, some track pieces there to look like, you also can slide your rudder pedals forward and back. You need to make sure that the plane is, you know, that you can make enough changes so that any pilot can fly it. So you want to make sure that you can move the rudder pedals if somebody's short or tall. And it's very important to have your seat at the right height. For example, there in the jet I used to fly, there were these 3 little balls. There was a white one here, and then I believe 2 red ones. No, there was a red one in the middle and then 2 white balls. And so when you were sitting in this seat, you would raise your seat until the front ball would obscure the back one. And then you would slide your seat forward and back so that it was obscured. So you had to have your seat in the right position forward and back, and you also had to have it the right height, or else you would not be able to see properly out the windshield. Let me just quickly go through chat. Yeah, they do it for views. You know, I don't really care too much. Of course, I like it when I get a lot of views. I appreciate people enjoying my content, but I won't make a video just for views. I won't do it. I refuse to do it. So I think a lot of people, you know, they are trying to get on that bandwagon of sinking ship. You see everybody and their brother trying to do a sinking ship survival video, and they all try to keep it to 15 minutes, and they try to sink their ship, and they try to have a megalodon, and they scream at the camera, and that's fine. There are people who love those videos, but I don't like making those, so I'm not going to make them. You know, and the reason they do it is it gets views. That's why they do it. You know, so if I wanted views, I would make more Tarkov videos. You know, Tarkov videos get the most views, you know. But I don't want to, you know, so I make I make the videos I want to make. And if people want to watch them, that's great. If they don't, that's fine as well. You know, you can watch whatever you like. But you know, I try not to go hunting for views. It's just following trends that doesn't interest me. You know, I go do lipstick tutorials. If I want views, I see those way too often popping up in my feed. Oh, another lipstick tutorial, exactly what I needed. But yeah. I'm just answering chat. Yeah, kind of like a fighter pilot mask, but it's. I showed it to you anyways. I'm just reading the old chats. Yeah, you got to put that mask on quick. Let me see if I can find a time of useful consciousness chart. Oh, there we go. Time of useful consciousness chart. Here we go. Let me see if I can find a useful one that you can actually read. All right, this one is reasonable. Let's open it in a new tab. Oh my God, I can actually read it. And it's not super tiny. All right, so let's where are we at here? All right, so this is a time of useful consciousness. 45,000 feet, you have 9 to 15 seconds. This one seems a little bit generous. So 40,000 feet, that's about where we used to go. 15 to 20 seconds. I'm a little skeptical of how much time this is giving you. One, when the airplane, this is for explosive decompression. This probably isn't explosive decompression. Let's see if I can find explosive decompression. Time of useful consciousness chart, explosive decompression. So these are actual technical terms, explosive decompression. That is, it means if it decompresses in a certain amount of time, it is considered explosive decompression. If it decompresses slower, it is considered to be. Maybe they redid the times. I don't know. Anyways, it can suck the air out of your lungs, so you lose the air out of your lungs. So explosive decompression. Think instantly. You have at ground level we have 14 point something pounds per square inch. At 37,000 feet, we used to be able to go up to a maximum of 7.8 psi. So we had about half the pressure with a pressurized airplane. So you can get hypoxic in a pressurized airplane. Like say you're going to Australia and it's a 24-hour flight. You can get hypoxic because you're at a 7 psi environment for 24 hours. You can still get hypoxic. And so you're already in a lower pressure environment, plus you're at 40,000 feet, and then it's going to explosively decompress. So theoretically, think about if you just exhaled and it explosively decompresses and sucks some of the oxygen out of your lungs, and now you're in a very low pressure, your next breath where you try to breathe the air that's at 40,000 feet is going to give you nothing, because you don't have enough pressure to do any gas exchange. And so your first breath is going to be a panicked breath of, oh crap, that did nothing. And so I'm a little skeptical that it's this high. I'm thinking 5 to 10 seconds. If you don't do that, you're in deep trouble. And so it says 15 to 20. That's very generous. And so, that is going to be, you need to turn, grab your oxygen mask, plus your eardrums are going to blow. So you're going to be ringing in your ears. And so your ears are ringing. You just had the air sucked out of your lungs. You just tried taking a reflexive breath to try to catch your breath, and you got nothing. And now you're trying, and likely if you're wearing glasses, they just fogged over. If you're going to have, so because it explosively decompressed, all the dirt and crap that's been in the carpet and on the dash and in every crevice for the last 20 years is now in the air in your eyes. And you have to reach over, grab your oxygen mask, put it over your face, let go of it, and take the first breath. So 15 to 20 seconds might seem like a little bit of time, but that is, you have to go grab on. And we would actually train with this where you would be in the airplane, in the simulator, and it would go boop, 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 and you would see the warning message, decompression, and you would have to grab your mask. And if it wasn't on within a couple seconds, you were going to fail that check ride, because that was how serious it was. So, yeah, we're just doing a little explosive decompression stuff. Yeah, we don't really care about the passengers. They're not going to die. You're gonna pass out. And the reason you pass out is your body is going to shut down non-essential systems. If you're not the pilot, who cares if you pass out? Because what's going to happen is you're going to pass out. You're going to go into low respiratory state. Your heart rate's going to slow down using less oxygen. You're now passed out on the floor, which looks bad, but you're not running all your muscles. You're not running your legs and your arms and all this unnecessary crap. You're only running your heart, your lungs, and the things necessary for life. You know, your stomach's going to start to shut down as far as doing any sort of digestion. Anything that doesn't need oxygen is going to go in a hypoxic state. It's going to go into low oxygen usage. So you as a passenger, even if you passed out, you're going to be fine. You're just going to be passed out, and that's your body saying, "Okay, man, you're using up too much oxygen. We're shutting down. We're shutting down the conscious part of you, and we're going to take over now." The problem is if that happens with a pilot, the plane crashes, or the plane's on autopilot and goes until it runs out of fuel, and then And so what the pilots do is what we would do is we would actually practice this in the sim. Mask on. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Cap flight 123, we had explosive decompression. You don't ask permission for anything at this point. Once Mayday's been shot out of your lips, we are descending down to 10,000 feet. They would clear the airspace, and you dump the nose. Normally, when in the airlines, we try to fly for comfort. And so you're descending around 1,000, 1,500, maybe 2,000 feet per minute. The most I've ever done in an airliner was scared the hell out of the passengers. I did 11,000 feet per minute. That scared the hell out of the passengers. We were looking out the window, and the top of the window, all we could see is ground. And we did 1,000 feet per minute. If we had this explosive decompression, we would do something like 25 to 30,000 feet per minute. That looks straight down. You dump the nose, pull the power, pull the board, put up the spoilers. If you can get slow enough, you dump the gear, and you go from 37,000 feet down to 10,000 feet in less than a minute. 10,000 feet, find time of useful consciousness chart again. Let's see what 10,000 is. 10,000, I'll just read it to you guys. So 20,000 feet is 30 minutes or more. 10,000 feet's indefinite. You only need oxygen if you're above 15,000 by the regs, but 20,000 feet, you got 30 minutes or more. So we'll be down. It would take us less than a minute to get down to 10,000 feet. So it's I can still remember the hand motions. It's mask. Power. So the pilot, there's two pilots. One is that leg, they're the pilot flying. Trying not to have another coughing fit. They're the pilot flying, and then you have the pilot not flying. Those are the two duties, and you would alternate. What's up, Mr. G? And so our plane was pressurized to 7.8 psi max. Some of them are up around 8. If you're like some of the business jets that will go up to like 45,000 feet, they have to pressurize higher just because they have to be able to go up that high. But or longer flights, you need more pressurization. If you're like I said, like the flights to Australia, you need a little bit more pressure because you will get hypoxic if you're running at too low of a pressure. But so the pilot flying will put on their mask, kick off the autopilot, grab the thrust, pull the thrust back, probably pull the spoilers up on the way, dump the nose down as low as they've ever dumped it, and start screaming towards the ground. And as soon as so you'll be going down at like 30,000 feet per minute. And then as soon as you're coming around 20, the nose starts coming back up, the G's start piling on, the people start screaming who are still awake and not passed out, and you level off at 10, and then you're good to go. You can breathe the air at 10,000 feet. We used to fly every once in a while. We flew with the pressurization system in op. It was broken, needed to be fixed. And we would just fly at 10,000 feet the whole time, without pressurization. And so that's what you would do. So the pilot not flying, their job is to control the radios. So they would run the radios, and they would do the Mayday call and everything else. But that's what you do if you had explosive decompression. Dump the nose, get down to 10,000 as fast as possible. The only issues you'd have is, like, say you were going over the Rockies, you can't go down, you can't descend all the way down to 10. So you'd have to go down as low as feasible, and then you might have to turn around to get to some place you get down to 10,000 feet. If you if your pressurization system was in op, you couldn't go certain places because you can't get over mountains. So you would have to just, you can't go. So like if we were flying, like last time I had to fly without pressurization was like over the Midwest, and it was you know, it was just we just stayed below 10,000. We stayed at 10,000 feet. We filed for 10,000. The problem is people take for granted that if you've ever flown a small airplane, as you descend, your ears pop. You know, you think about just going down a mount, like going down a mountain road, your ears pop. They pop like crazy going down from that altitude. So we couldn't do our normal descent rate. We had to do a much shallower descent rate because we didn't want to blow out everyone's eardrums. So we would take a much shallower descent rate and give everybody's ears a break. I have plenty of room back here. Let's go one more space on this cockpit. I have to, I'll show you why in a second. You notice this is missing a block. Where the hell are we at here? Right there. That's because it's a 1x4, and I want to put a 1x4 transition in, so I need to move this back one. I just screw myself up a little, just a little bit. I don't want to do that. Let's go back like that, and let's grab you. And I didn't need as much grab as I did. Let's go like that. Cut that there and move back one. Yeah, so you know, I never had to do it, you know, I never had an actual explosive decompression. I never had the mask drop. The masks will auto drop at a pressure change. So if the mask drops, it scares the hell out of the passengers. We had to watch it every once in a while. If you had a pressurization problem, sometimes we got close to having the masks auto drop. The passengers freak out if the masks drop. So there's also a button to manually drop the masks. You have to be careful you don't accidentally hit the button to drop the masks, because the passengers freak out. Passengers do not like the mask. What is this? Why? What is this? Is this spilled asymmetrical or something? No, it's not. Okay, I just didn't put symmetry on. All right. I'll get back in chat in a second. I'm just trying to build a little here, and then I'll get back in chat. What the hell is going on here? Okay, this is now screwy. All right, I'm figuring out. I hate it when I keep shutting symmetry off so I can do panels, and then I have no clue where my build is going. There we go. All right. I don't like this. This is ugly here. Let me see. Cut down one more. Generally, you had to kind of duck to get in the cockpit anyway. So I try to simulate that. It's just kind of, it feels right to me. You know, a little bit of contour. And the reason is that you need to shrink the nose of the plane. So you see, you'll generally get the nose will shrink on the plane. And so you have to step up into the cockpit, and you also need to, you know, duck to get in the cockpit generally. Let's see, what time did I stream? Let's check the messages. That will show me. Let me see. I've been streaming since, let's see, announcements. A little over an hour. So this will be overhead panel. We have plenty of space for overhead panel, which is nice. So let's see, what do I want in here? So I'll probably put brake back here. You want to have certain things you want both pilots to have access to. So you want both pilots to have access to the parking brake. You want both pilots to have access to the thrust. You want both pilots to have access to anything important like that. You'll have duplicate stuff. The mode control panel up here, both pilots need access to. Landing gear, both pilots need access to. Let's kind of look here. Angle of attack. Not sure about angle of attack. We just do it by vertical speed. We don't look at the AOA. AOA is mainly there for the stall. You get these bars, and they're called your stall bars. And you, like, if you're recovering from a stall, you go all the way up into your stall bars, and that's where your stick shaker is. And if you pull too hard, you get into your stick pusher. And you don't want to get in your stick pusher. You don't care if you get in your stick shaker. So what happens is the stick shakes, and you would hold it at stick shaker. That is the highest angle of attack you can have before you stall. And then your pusher is you've hit the stall, and it will push your nose down. It actually pushes it forward, and it's miserable because it tries to drag you out of your seat. And so you try not to have a stick pusher. But we never looked at the angle of attack. It was all based on VSI, vertical speed. And the jet, if it's pressurized, it doesn't matter. You'll blow everybody's eardrums out descending at 30,000 feet per minute. But, if you had explosive decompression, everybody's ears are gone anyways, so you're just dumping it. The thing that scared me more about blowing out eardrums was blowing out a tooth. I almost blew out a tooth one flight when I was flying corporate. I was flying with one of my friends in, where the hell we were going? Jacksonville? We were going into Jacksonville, and I was flying, and I go, Kevin, take over. And he goes, what's wrong? And I'm like doubled over, like leaning up against the window. He's like, what's wrong? I go, I've got an air pocket in my tooth. And so every once in a while, you can develop a little air pocket in your tooth. And as the plane's depressurizing, the pressure is still up in your tooth. And so your tooth starts to explode. And so it doesn't actually pop or anything, but the air bubble is getting bigger in your tooth. And so imagine your tooth trying to explode from inside. Well, your nerve's in there with the air. And so the air is now hyper-pressurized inside your tooth, trying to crush the nerve. And so it lasted for about 10 minutes, and I made Kevin fly. I'm like, I'll do the radios. And so I did the radios, and Kevin flew as my tooth was trying to explode, and then it equalized. And I was in pain for a little while, and it subsided. But, tooth stuff was always miserable. Like, you had to be careful if you went to the dentist or had a root canal recently, because you could have that happen with your teeth. And so that was always the one that everybody was concerned about, was having a tooth try to explode on them. All right, let's go this color here. All right, good. Let's catch up here. Flyout. I keep seeing people doing it. I haven't looked at it really yet. Yeah, I saw Frantic made a couple videos about it. So some people have been making that. I haven't really looked into it yet. Looks interesting. I'll look into it. All right, so I'm gonna not do the thing that I always do, which is get my cockpit complicated before I'm ready to actually do that. I want to kind of make sure testing should be pretty close to done, but I always say that, and then I make it like a 20-minute startup procedure, and I regret it. So we'll start working on the panels here, fleshing these out. This is kind of boring work, but it needs to be done. So this is going to be the autopilot mode control panel. This is going to be the bearing panel here. I need to do, that's temps fine there. We're going to do N1, N2 here. So N1 is, so if we look at our blades on the turbines, you have these blades, your front section, that's your N1 blades. Behind there are your compressor blades. Those are your N2s. So you do the RPS at the compressor, not the R2 at the N1 blade. So what I actually have here is I need to find a way to put a RPS read on here. What I'll actually do is just multiply it. So I have a, it's going to be tough to do. I have to come up with a formula. I'll come up with a formula. So it's going to read the RPS of this blade, and then it's going to read the RPS of the compressor section is N2. So you read N1 and N2. And so that's what's going to go here. So we'll do, and what I'll probably do is I'll move this indicator here, and then I'll move this over here so they're lined up. So it'll be number 111, number 222. So number 1 engine is the left side. So if you have a 4 engine, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. If you have 2, it's 1, 2. 2 is the FO side. Number 1 is the captain. So like if you said my number 1 landing light is an op, that means it's your captain side landing light. Number 2 landing light would be your FO's landing light. So that's how you do it. Number 1 engine, number 2 engine. So this will be number 1, N1, N1, Control C dial. I don't know what it's going to be yet. It's going to be number 2, N1. This will be number 1, N2. And it's number 2, N2. All right, and then these are ITT, inlet turbine temperature there. So that's that. So you put these in the center. That's so that both pilots can read what the engine's doing. Stuff over here, for example, you'll have one pilot will be in charge of running things generally over here what you'd have is the lighting. So the FO can control the brightness of their own lights. They can control their own reading light. This would be pretty much all stuff for the FO. This would be all captain stuff over here. Sometimes you'd have the tiller for the captain, and then you put like, so you might have certain pilots have certain duties. For example, as an FO on the 145, the temperature control panel here for heating, cooling, air conditioning was all over here. So the FO would control the PACs. For the PAC stand for pneumatic air conditioning kit. It's a pneumatic air conditioner that runs off of the turbines. That will be on the FO's side. I have a lot of panel here. Let's see what we can start doing. So what we want to do is generally left side, we want to do electrical. So the first thing you do when you get in the cockpit is you're going to do a power connect. Actually, do I want to do power connect? Let's do batteries. I usually do it this way. So this is number 1 battery. So that would be the left side battery. Control C. And we do this as a flip switch because a flip switch does not require electricity. So the plane's not going to have any power. So we need the electricity from this panel to be able to flip the breaker to give us some power. So that'll be number 1 battery. Control C, Control V. This will be number 2 battery. So that's the 2. I'm going to do 2 small batteries. Don't need any extra. 2, that's a flip switch. So these 2 are flips. And then beyond that, we do power connect. What this does is that is the main breaker. So you select your battery. What this does is it closes a relay and it gives power to the main bus. The main bus is where everything plugs into. And so you select the batteries you want. So generally you would pick 1 battery, battery 1. Then you do power connect. Power connect is a button that will light up green telling you that it is on. And then what you do is this is a GPU, ground power unit. So if you plug into the gate, and so what you can do is you can also do a button here. That's a toggle that's that connects ground power. So if we want to plug into the electrical outlet in our hangar, we do that. Then we probably want to go into, let me see, batteries, power connects. Then what we want to do here is battery, try to keep the numbering. Like when we did our tests in the airlines, like say it was labeled number 1 battery. If we labeled it battery number 1, it was wrong. That's how important it was to get those things right. And the reason is I still remember it 20 years later. I remember what these things were because you had to have it perfect. And the reason is an emergency, you don't want to be screwing around. You want to know what you're touching. You want to know what you're doing. Gauge, horizontal, 0 to 100%. That's going to be percentages for the battery. That's going to be a 5. This is number 2 battery. And this is going to be, trying to think how I want to hook this up. This is seeming squat to me for some reason. I'm trying to decide if I want to grab a panel off something else and not have to redo this whole panel. I'll do it fresh. I'll keep doing live builds in this build. Let me just read some chat here. Yeah, dental pain is like, that is one of the things that you really have to watch out for because that's just like, you can't think well enough. That's why, like, a lot of these, like, new corporate planes are trying to all go single pilot. Yeah, that's great. You know, the plane, you know, everybody, you know, people thought 20 years ago we had autoland. Very few planes have autoland. Quite often, the autoland is inoperative. Let's say something happens, they pin it, and they put autoland in op. You also need to meet certain criteria. The airport also needs to be certified for autoland. The equipment at the airport needs to not be, you know, under maintenance at the airport for that to work. There needs to be a ton of conditions for autoland. So you have a pilot that's incapacitated and you have 1 pilot, you're screwed. You have 2 pilots, like I said in that situation, just had the other pilot fly, you know. And it was my leg to fly, and I just said, you fly. I'm down for the count here. And so he flew the leg, and it wasn't a big deal. And then in 20 minutes, once we got on the ground, my tooth equalized, and I was fine. You know, so that will be... Trying to think how far I want this battery to go here. See, so this is what the issue is. I need to have battery selects battery connect, ground power. I need my readouts. Then I need to come over here and I need to do, so this is going to be, let's go, we'll do voltage here. So this will be number 1 volts. Dials, 1, -1's fine. What's that? That's 6, 7, and then 8, 7. 2 volts. This is going to be 8. 8. All right, and then what we'll do here is we'll do Gen 1, Gen, number 1 Gen, number 1 Gen. Control. This will be a flip switch. That'll be 9. Number 2 Gen. Flip switch. 10. All right, then what we want is APU. So what you do, especially in modern airplanes, you do what's known as a flow. And the gauges, that's why I toil over these panels so much to make them, to get them set up correctly, is you want to go click, 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 check, check. All right, you want to go through that system like that. And then what we're going to do is, so we'll go from here, we'll go down. And then the next thing we want to do is we want to be interrogating our fuel. So it's going to be fuel. So it'll be the 2 gauges for our fuel, most likely. No, we're going to have to do APU. So this is going to probably be a 4-place panel for APU for electrical. Let's see. I might go electrical in an L pattern. I might put fuel in the center here. I think that's what I'm going to do. So you do your flow. You go through your flow. So it's going to go down. It's going to flow down. Sometimes you go up the panel. Sometimes you go down, down, down. It depends, but it should flow. So you go click, click, check, 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 click, 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 like that. That's how you're doing it. So what I think, I'm trying to decide how I want to do this here. I'm going to screw some stuff. Let me see. I'm going to do an L-shaped pattern. So next here, so we have our batteries here, our 2 batteries read right there. Then we do our power connects. And then we'll read our batteries out there. And then this will be our generators. And then I need to do APU. So 3 is APU. So 9, 10 is 11. This is APU. So auxiliary power unit. I don't know if I'm going to put an APU on this one. I'm trying to think if I have space. I have space. We'll put an APU on. I have plenty of space for an APU. The problem is, unfortunately, we can't make a jet fuel run diesel, so I have to make, and we don't have a tiny little turbine, so I have to make a separate diesel tank, which is kind of annoying. So this is going to be APU. We'll do button, APU there. And then what do I want to put next to it? We'll do... So I think I'll go electrical, pneumatic, fuel. So you try to keep like systems together. So electrical will be this L-shaped panel, pneumatics to fuel. All right. So APU, this will be APU bleed. So 4 is going to be APU bleed. And that's going to be an arrow button. That's going to be down. And that's going to be a toggle. And so what this does is the way you start your turbine engines is you have your APU. It's a tiny little single stage. It looks like a turbo in a car. And what you do is that's electrically started. So it's very small, very light. And you do an electrical the generator is actually a starter generator. So the generator will turn backwards, spin up the APU, it starts sucking in air, injects fuel, ignited. Now the turbine is spinning and the starter converts into a generator making electricity. And then what you do is you take bleed air off. So it's a little port. The valve opens. Now fast hot air comes blowing through this tube at high pressure. And it blows into the turbine section of the engine you want to start. And so that starts blowing on it, and it starts spinning the engine up. Once the engine gets spinning fast enough, it's sucking enough air in that you can add fuel, and you get compression, you get combustion, and boom, your engine started. Then you can bleed from your other engine if you wanted to start the other engine, or you can use the APU. So that's APU bleed there. So let's see. I'm trying to think of the best way to set this up. So let's go. All right, so that's good. That's APU bleed. What number should you be? 12. All right, 12. All right, and then we want, I'm trying to think, I want to put pneumatics up top. So let's do let's do engine bleed PSI. That's the engine bleed PSI. That's going to read both engines, the PSI they're creating. And then that's going to be a dial. Well, I'll screw with that later. That's going to be 13. And then we're going to do, I try to put my units in parentheses like so I know what my units are. That doesn't matter. I'm going to make them up anyway. But this is going to be APU bleed. And then what we do here is that is going to be, what is that, 13, 14. And then what we do is we have to select a bleed. So we would bleed, so bleed to port, or number one bleed. So this will open the bleed valve to the number one engine. So let's say we wanted to start, let's say we crank the number two engine. So we want to start our engines up. We'd probably do number one first. So we start our APU. And then what we do is we open up the APU bleed. As long as we have enough PSI, we have enough air pressure off the APU, we're going to start one. So we would start one. One is started. We could then start number two with one. And so we would open the bleed going to number two, and I've had to do this IRL when the APU is not working. You would start with a huffer cart, actually blows air in. It's a cart, blows air into the engine, gets the engine going. And then you taxi out, and because you have to rev up the engine, you have to, not rev up, but you have to increase the thrust in the engine, get it spooled up enough. And then you open the bleed valve, and it blows the air into the other engine, getting that engine started. So that's what I'm doing here. Number one, bleed valve. And this is all faked. I've done this before with stuff. Arrow button. And so I'm not going to make the mistake that I've done before of getting the stuff working too soon, because I'll show you the cap air jet in a second. I actually have to start this with the bleeds, or else it just won't work. I can't get the engine started without the bleeds, and so what it does is it makes my vehicle unusable until I set that system up, which I don't want. All right, and that's going to be toggle. That's going to be 16. All right, so we have that all set up. So this is electrical, pneumatics, and then fuel. So fuel, we need pounds per hour. So this would be number one, pounds per hour. So I'll do it abbreviated. So number one, so it'll be pph, pounds per hour. Come on. Highlight it all. Scum. There we go. That'll be dials, fine. And then fuel, I'm going to try to do fuel as a separate panel. We're starting to run out of room here. We got 16 now. We still have space. So this will be 17. This will be number 2 pounds per hour. Dials, fine, 18. And then I'm going to hook this stuff up way later. But I want to get the panels where I want them. Then this is going to be number 1 fuel in pounds. What was that? 17, 18, 19, and 20. That's number 2 fuel in pounds. That's a gauge. We want this to be a gauge vertical. So you want to break up your panels so it's not like round dial, round dial, round dial, round dial. That's a great way to like read the wrong gauge and crash, because you said, oh, I have plenty of fuel, and you don't have plenty of fuel. You have plenty of air air pressure. You know, so you want to change them up every once in a while. Let me read a couple chats here. Oh, that's interesting. Tail strikes. Yeah. Put a little skid plate or something on it. They have skid plates on like the Cessnas. Let's go additive paint. I do black on most of my buttons. Certain ones, like for example green. This one needs to turn on green. What is that? These three can turn on green. The bleeds will be black. I'll give them a color so you know your bleed valves are on. Go greens through here. Those will be greened out. Okay, and then we want to do. All right, then here we want to go. Trying to think of my numbers. I want to make sure I don't run out of numbers here. So lighting, I want to start doing lighting as well. So let's go. Next thing we need is crossfeed. So this would be number 1 crossfeed. So what a crossfeed is say this tank has 200 pounds more fuel in it than this tank, you would be sending the fuel from this tank to this tank. So that's what crossfeed is. So it'd be an arrow button going left. It'd be a toggle. And it would be, I don't even know what number I'm on now, 21. 21. This would be number 2 crossfeed. Number. It won't give me the number symbol. Can't copy it for some reason. Number 2 crossfeed. Arrow button to the right. I'll get off panels here in a little bit, but I'm just trying to get them in here because this is something that I will go back and forth and change 900 times. So I try to lay it out a little bit now. Landing, taxi. Okay, I'm going to need them all. So we'll go, what am I on here? 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay, so these all have to be part of the same unit or else I'm going to run into problems. So what I'll do here is then 3 will be 23. 23, this will be a beacon. This will be a flip switch. This will be nav. This will be a flip switch. 24. All right. 25, 26, 27. 27 will be, what do I want here? Logo, probably. Yeah, logo, okay. Flip switch, where are you at there? Flip switch, logo. 28. That will be strobes. 30, 31, and 32. 31 will be taxi. Flip switch. And this will be landing. That'll be a flip switch. 32. All right, good. So that is lined up for all my lighting needs. All right. So the lights are usually grouped together, and you go beacon. Then if you're taxing at night, nav. Strobes when you're taking off. So it'll be, is it logo? Logo should be next, I think. Did I do logo next? Logo. Logos, if you're at night, you light up your tail number. And then you do strobes, landing, taxi as you're taking off, as you're getting ready to take off. So when you're clear for takeoff, you go strobes, landing, or strobes, taxi, landing, go. So. Yeah, I just said, yeah, if you're banging the tail, you might need some sort of, either you need to not rotate as hard or you need something like a skid strip. They'll put little skid strips on stuff. So these, I need to figure out what these are going to be. These can be something. These up here can be random whatever's things like, I could do hydraulics here, but I don't know. I might do hydraulics and anti-icing here. So I have to figure that out. All right, so that's going pretty well. Let's do a little paint on the outside. We'll kind of change gears here a little bit. Trying to think how I want to set this up paint-wise. Let's do... do I do the infamous bucket that drives me nuts half the time? So this is going to be radome paint there. That's going to be radome painted there. And then probably do a split paint scheme on this. Whenever I do bucket, I end up regretting it, so I'm trying to fight the urge to do the bucket. As long as symmetry's on, it's not too bad. Yeah, I'm going to regret doing bucket if I do bucket. Yeah, it just paints so much crap that I don't want it to paint when I do the bucket. I really regret it as I have to go back and fix it all, and it takes me longer to just hand paint the sucker than it does. It takes me longer to bucket it and fix it than it does just to hand paint the sucker. So it doesn't really matter what color I make. I can color swap these out. I mostly want to get the design of the paint kind of done and dusted. That way I know what... then I can just do color swap to switch the colors. So. And then I generally black out the windows. Light is a pilot's worst nightmare. I think now let's paint inside the nacelles. The way they did the bucket's annoying because it will paint stuff in the nacelles that I don't want painted, and I have to go back and fix it. So generally just hand paint and then fix it later if I need to. Right. Doesn't take that long to hand paint it. And the inevitable microcontroller sitting on the roof and everywhere else that will... See, the problem with this is it has a one thick wing. So that I kind of have to worry about because it's only a single thickness wing, but I do have fuel, copious amount of fuel tank in here. I can cut things into the floor, so try to think of that early where I'm going to put micros. And so that's kind of what I'm kind of the plan is I'm going to stick with the fuel tanks. So it's one of the reasons why I put fat wings on things is put fuel in the wings, or I put them in somewhere else. So. All right, so that's going to be the top color, and then I probably want to band it, and then... So I'll end up changing these colors later probably, but we'll see. And then I'll band it like this for now, and then I'll figure out how I want to set it up. I just want some color on there so that if I want to use it in an episode, I can use it in an episode, and it's somewhat colored. And then we need a generally darker color on the bottom. I don't want that. Let me see. Let's see if I can find some paint schemes. I'm kind of, let's see. Been looking up sci-fi VTOLs is kind of my reference on some of the stuff. Kind of want it looking more civvy than like rescue. I was trying to find some sort of color scheme I can go with. Let's try like a... I'll end up changing it, but I'm just trying to get some sort of contrast color, and then I will color swap this out later when I kind of decide what I want. Yeah, a little raised gear helps too. Sometimes in game it takes a lot of pressure to unstick it from the ground because the thrust is thrusting your nose down, and then you end up as soon as you hit the right speed. The other thing is try to keep your nose down until you get above a certain knots, and then it will unstick a little bit better in game. Like it hits a certain number, and then it's like the game's like an on-off switch. It's like, okay, you can fly now. And that will, sometimes that happens. And so if you can set it up to that speed, just don't rotate to that speed. Go for another flight here in a second. Not that anything's changed, but be painted up. We'll give it a little bit of a look. And then these are just two contrast colors that I can quickly color swap these out when I want to change the color of it. But they'll be on there at least, and I can deal with them later. So trying to decide initially, so I'm probably going to do, let's see, where is it? Might integrate something in the back for putting I'm probably going to do a winch on a track and then do rescues from the back, because one of the main reasons I'm building this is for rescues. Might also do a step up, put a door here, and you'll step out onto the wheel pontoon and winch off of here, but I don't know yet. We'll have to decide later. Color this in and then see where we're at here. We'll go for a quick flight in a second here. I haven't flown it in a little while. I like to kind of break it up. Do a little panel work. Working on the panels, like I can go like 8 hours working on panels, trying to get the systems going, and so I don't want to, kind of want to take a break, get a little paint in, then go for a flight. And, this could go. Doesn't have an autopilot system in there. I'll get that in. I'll get it to where I can, at some point, get it where I can actually run it and do some missions in the career build series. But I had a ton of missions popping up that I just didn't want to do because I didn't want to take off any of the vehicles, like the helicopters I had, and they're all like helicopter or seaplanes. I kind of wanted something new that I could go run. So after this door is going to be a pain to try to color out right. So so this definitely gets colored here. The top of it's going to get colored, so I have to try to get close enough to do that. We'll see how this bends. And then what is it? Top is just blue here, so that should be blue, the rest should be green. Okay. And then the bottom is green. Then I'll end up changing this color scheme, but it's just something, give it a little bit of life at the moment. That's going to be black, or this grayed color. All right. And then the wells will be blacked out. But let's go for a little, this already has retractable landing gear. I'm just catching up with the chat a little bit. What do you mean for the competition? What do you mean? My vehicle's side mirrors are... How can you not fit them in that garage? Here, I'll stand by. I want to check out what he's talking about with this build challenge. It doesn't have to go in the garage. It has to be spawned there. Doesn't actually go in the garage. Spawn area is right here. This is where it's spawning. There is no way your mirrors can't fit in the spawn area. That is 63 blocks wide. So I would think your vehicle can fit there. Ooh, I wonder if my VTOL can fit here. Oh, no, it's got to be close. I think the wingspan. It's pretty long too. I don't think it's tall as well. That VTOL. It's not huge, this VTOL, but it's tall. Where was I here? Yeah. But 63 blocks wide. Should have no problem fitting it in there. All right, and then lighter gray on the wings. Just finish up, do a little bit more painting, and then I want to get to doing some other stuff. But try to take a little break from like panels to go into paint, and then, you know, I kind of wait on paint on my builds for a little while until I'm kind of like, yep, this build's gonna work, and I'm liking it, and then I start getting bored looking at just the white build, so that's when I start putting some color on it. Makes it a little bit more interested and gets kind of involved in the build more, I think. So a little bit different color on. Is it the same color or different color? Okay, it is different color. I wanted a different color so I can color swap this later. All right, and we'll go for a quick flight with this. For those who came a little bit later, they can actually see it fly. So I did all the building to get this up and flying before I started the stream. I wanted to, that stuff is just like tedious test, and I kind of have to just focus on it. So tend to try to get some of that mechanical stuff done first, just because it gets to the level of tedium where I have to just kind of pay attention. I can't really look too much. So with this being a jet, it's going to have a hot leading edge. So a hot leading edge is what a lot of jets have. They take the hot bleed air off the engines, and it's kind of like a chrome shiny metal on the front leading edge of the wing, and they put the hot bleed air in a space behind it, and it heats up the front of the wing for anti-ice. You have de-ice and you have anti-ice. De-icing removes the ice. Anti-icing prevents ice from forming. So a hot wing prevents ice from forming. So we'll have a hot wing on this one. Not to be confused with the wing show. Yeah, let's do a little bit more painting here, and we'll go for a quick flight. Flight-wise, it's working pretty much right on the money how I want it. Autopilot shouldn't be too bad. It's just going to pretty much the one thing it's not going to be difficult to do. It's just going to be I have to figure out all the setup, but it should be easy. Is the station keeping? It's probably I really didn't clean that up yet, but it's going to get most likely it's going to get katydids. I don't know. I might just copy over the station keeping. I have more up-to-date microcontrollers, which it will probably get for autopilot, but I just need add station keeping. So this will maintain its position because it can land vertically. So you'll vertically hover over a boat to then be able to rappel down and get the people off the boat. All right, so that's that. Let's try to finish coloring up these wings, and then we can go for a flight here. Just want a little paint on it so it doesn't look completely ridiculous. I would love to do bucket, but I just don't trust it. I end up having to go into these tiny little crevices and unpainting what I just painted, so it's a little tedious to come in here and hand paint, especially in this detailing in here, but it's just, I know what it's doing, and I don't have to go babysit it too much. All right. So that's pretty good. I'm gonna do it underneath. I'm gonna probably regret it. Let's see. Where is that gonna screw up? Anywhere? Nope, it actually did all right. I think under here is fine. It lines up with a plane, so if it lined up with this top roof, it would do that. But sometimes it does stuff in the wings, and then I have to go fix it. I just don't like fixing it all the time. It's just tedious. I usually fight the bucket at all costs. All right, so it's looking pretty good so far. All right, let's go for a little flight. So let's get rid of the jack stands. I bucketed that when I didn't mean to. I'll go like that. All right. Yeah, we'll go for a quick flight. Closer to the release date. I don't open the release channel until like usually a couple days before. All right, so I still have this on simple mode. I'm trying not to do this mistake I always do. I make it so that I have to click 28 buttons to get the sucker started. This is the other thing is, like, say certain stuff I can't touch. That's fine. Generators I need to be able to touch. What I do is generally, we used to do this when we'd actually get in the real airplane, as we go battery, battery. And then you do power connect, ground power only if we want it. Want APU, turn your APU on. You do cross bleed. So that's fine that I can't touch those. And I don't want to do them too soon because it makes it so I can't do it. All right, so let's go ahead and I'll start powering up with one key. Kicks on my clutches for my fans. And we'll press 5. 5 is the auto hover functionality. Just turn that on for now. And we're coming out. And we'll yaw off. And we'll start coming up. Alright, we'll start pressing the 3 key. That starts doing our ducted fans to go forward. It's going to do a little bit of a nose pitch down once they kick in. Right there, we get a little nose pitch, and that's just because the game is essentially, it waits till a certain speed before it will allow the control surfaces to have any effectiveness, and that's the result. Alright, gear's going up. Let's watch the gear come in and fold. And I like having the exposed wells in there. So, exposed wheel wells, like so. I like the XML, maybe something in there, but I can't figure out a block to do it to make it reasonable. So, we have a good speed. I took out the linear speed for those who are just seeing it. It's between 250 and 260 knots. So, it's pretty fast. Maneuverable, as you can see, I just took off that silly auto hover nonsense. Need to put in auto... I'm reluctant to say auto yaw. You don't really have that issue with twin jets. You know, you put on yaw damper and you put your feet flat on the floor. And so I've talked about this before, how the aerodynamics work. So when you turn like this, when you bank, that upper wing's going to want to go faster than the lower wing. That's how it will automatically start yawing you. And so you don't really need to kick the rudder. It'll just start to yaw you. And so... you know, I have it so that it will automatically add a little yaw, and it gives it a much more realistic feeling. Yeah, if you just show your build off in the build challenge discussion is usually where people just show their builds off for the build challenge. All right, a little bit of trim. I still have to trim. My hands are off. The gyro, it's connected to the gyro, but the auto hover is off. So as you see, it flies nice and stably. My hands are off the controls. All I did was put in a little bit of pitch trim, and the reason is the thrust of the engines is higher than the center of gravity. Center of gravity is right where that circle is. So it's trying to pitch my nose down, so all I need is a little bit of trim, and that counteracts it. So we're doing about 250 knots. Just making sure I'm at full throttle. I wasn't quite at full throttle. You notice how the nose is pitching down and need a little bit more trim because I added some thrust. So we'll put panels in. That will make it so I can actually start using this in game. But it's coming along nicely. It's I love the shape of it. I like the wing shape with the fans in there. Those fans should shut off at some point. They should be auto off. I don't know why they haven't shut off yet. So the clutch on those should be disconnecting once I get over 90 knots. I don't know why they're still spooled up. They should be stopping. But let's see, paint-wise, I need a paint-in block there. That all lines up nicely. So it needs blacked out wheel wells. Tail's going to get the same wing treatment. And so I think this is going to be kind of the paint design. As you can see, the top of the wheel wells will be that stripe color because they line up stripe-wise, and it gives it a little bit of interest looking over the top of it like this. And then I can color swap that out. So we'll do a belly color, and we'll do a body color. The wing color will be usually this light gray. Not too much. Just pretty much worked on the panel for too long. I got the panels pretty much, some of them set up. I'm up through lighting. These are going to be kind of throwaway panels, not throwaway panels, but they're going to be anti-ice hydraulics. All I do for hydraulics is you need your engine spooled up to have hydraulic pumps working. So what I do is if engines are over a certain RPS, it does an up counter to count the hydraulics up. And if you don't have hydraulics, the control surfaces get clamped at like 10%. So I have a couple planes that if I don't turn my hydraulics on, you'll crash because you don't have enough. So we'll do a couple landings here. We'll do I don't have any brakes hooked up. Whoa, what was that? There's something going on with this. So it's to do with the stock gyro. Notice how it does this? That has everything to do with, it gets confused when it's upside down. So it gets confused when it's upside down and it does this nonsense. So it's easy to fix. I just have to bring back the forward thrust and turn on the gyro. Bring back the forward thrust. It's going to do this, so I need to fix that. What it is, I think, is the propellers are still connected. So the propellers are still trying to control my articulation. I need to put in a system that once I go over 90 knots and the propellers are disconnected, they will automatically stop trying to control the plane, and the control surface will control the plane. That's what that's doing. That's why it flipped like that. That's a known issue I've had with other VTOLs, so I need to fix that. So I'm adding in the ducted fans. We're going to do a horizontal landing first, and then we'll do a vertical landing. So we'll go land at FJ. So take off that silly gyro, auto hover. That's the only reason I still have it connected, is it fixes it when it runs into its own problem here. Let me check some things. Fog's off. View distance, okay. Sometimes when they do an update, it will kick my view distance down to a small number again, and I have to fix it. So, coming in at FJ, we're on final for FJ. And we'll do a horizontal landing. So we're probably screaming. I kind of need a speed. We'll put in Basilicious's panels next because I kind of need those to be able to fly this. Like right now, if I have panels, I can fly this in Career Build Series. Fuel, this has its own fuel. Infinite electricity is on, but you know, it's burning its own fuel. It has quite a bit of fuel. It has, it starts with about 2,500 liters per side, I think. Something in that neighborhood. And so I read it out as pounds, so it's about 1.84 times 5,000. So it's between probably like 8,500, 9,000 pounds, something like that. Maybe more towards the 10 side. All right, so we're gonna do a horizontal landing. So landing gear is coming down. I need to start slowing down. So I leave the ducted fan clutches. I leave them in. And I'm going to bring back my throttle. As soon as I get below 90 knots, those clutches on my rotors will automatically start, and this allows me to do short landings and takeoffs because those are going to be supplementing my lift on my wing, so I don't need flaps. Those propellers will do it for me. I would like to cross-connect them, but I don't really have a hole to cross-connect them. All right, so we're on final for runway 7 at FJ. And we're going to land it like a plane. We'll land nicely because I can get down to a very slow speed because it will land vertically if I let it. So this is a very normal approach here. Those are our aiming bars, the big white squares. We're coming in at fast speed. We're probably doing 200 knots. Feels fast to me. This is slow. That's probably 90 knots. And we're down. So lands nicely, as you can see. I don't, did I do the nose wheel? Nose wheel's not connected yet, so I can't taxi. Let's do a vertical takeoff here. We'll power back up, and we'll start to, we'll do a short field takeoff. So short field takeoff, take off like a plane. Gears coming up. Whoa, it's doing that thing again that I hate. All right, that's a game thing I gotta fix. That is the propellers overcompensating, so let's fix that system. So I'm going to try something different with these props. So let's go in here. Oh, I lost linear speed. That's what it is. Linear speed. I cut out my linear speed sensor, so this needs to go back in. Do I want to hide it in here? I think I could hide it. Actually, I got a lot of hiding space in the roof here. See, like this painted it with the bucket. That's why I don't like bucket. Is it painted a bunch of crap in here? I don't want it painting. All right, linear speed needs to be reconnected in this panel for this panel to work right. All right, and then what I want to do is this. This might be overthinking it, but I think I'm going to do this. So here are my, let me see. Are you going to my control surfaces? Where are you going? Okay, this straight gyro? Straight gyro. Good. Perfect. Are you straight gyro? You are straight gyro. Perfect. Okay, good. So this controller here, we'll go through the controller for those who are interested. Oh, you're going to New York, Nueva York? Let's see, A321. It could be American, which was the old US Air had a bunch of 321s. It could be JetBlue. They had 321s. They had a lot of 320s, but I think they had a couple 321s. Delta, I think, Northwest, I think, had the 321s, and when they bought Northwest, no, Northwest, yeah, Northwest. No, American bought Northwest. Yeah, they bought Northwest. Yeah, I have a couple buddies who are captains at JetBlue. JetBlue would be one I would consider. I'm probably going to go back to flying, so JetBlue would be on my list. They have a Boston base. All right, so what we're going to do in here is, so currently this is what controls the propellers. So I take my gyro pitch, I take my gyro yaw, and those are, what will eventually happen is the gyro will feed to the autopilot. Then the autopilot will feed to the systems, so the autopilot can take over. But anyway, so the gyro pitch goes in here. It's added to the gyro yaw. One of them's inverted. The starboard's inverted. That gives me my the pitch. So what happens is if your port side, your number one side pitches forward, that makes your left wing want to go forward. Your back wing will pitch backwards. That will make that one want to go backwards. That's how you yaw with twin rotors like this is. You have your port side pitches forward, your starboard side pitches backwards, you yaw. Roll is, you can do roll a number of ways. You can do it with the roll component. You can do it with collective. I prefer to do it with roll because I want 100% collective. And so I do my port roll as stock. So that's trying to make the blades go left. And then in order to roll the whole thing, you want your other side to go left as well. And so it tries to pick both sides up essentially. And so that will, it inverts it and lets that go because they're mirrored. And then collective is just collective right out of the gyro. And so they're all going in here because what I'm going to do is this. So I have functions going all through, so I should probably function this bad John up here. So let's do, and we'll function this one up here. All right, and that will go there. So this will be x minus y plus z. What z is going to be is z is going to be the, as we gain speed, we're going to reduce the effectiveness. So what this will be is 0.001 enabled clamp. Let's see. Trying to think of the best way to do this. We do it as a subtraction. No, can't do that. It has to be a multiplication. Okay, so this is what it'll be. It'll be, we'll start at 1. It'll be 0 to 1. And what we'll do is we'll do a multiplier here. So what this will do is this will read out to z, z, z. Okay, then I need to change the formula. Yay, fun me. So it'll be x plus y times z. This one here will be, because I need the negative y, that will be times z. This just keeps the hierarchy going how I want it. I could just make it an on-off switch, but I prefer to do it this way because this doesn't shock the system as much. Sometimes it shocks it and it does silly stuff, and I'd rather not shock it. As I slow down, I want it to slowly start to take over. All right, so that'll be my multiplier there. So what's going to happen is this will count down from 1 down to 0. So eventually you're going to get to the point where it's multiplying it by 0, and so something times 0, of course, is 0. So if it's 1, 1 times 0 is 0. So it's going to make it so that as we get over 90 knots, it's going to cause us to multiply by 0, and then it will slowly reduce the effectiveness of the props to nothing. Where the hell is my linear speed, is the question. Where you at, linear speed? There it is, right here. Okay, linear speed. If linear speed is less than 45, so if we're over all right, so if we're over 45, I want to start counting down to 0. And then if this is less than 45, we'll count back up to 1. So it's going to do the multiplication. So what will happen is this will then reduce the effectiveness of the propellers. And so the propellers will do, so when I'm in helicopter mode, it's going to let me pitch, roll, yaw via my propellers. As soon as I start going over 90 knots, it's going to disconnect the clutch, and it's also going to reduce the effectiveness of those blades. Eventually, they're going to go to 0. And so as I go over 90 knots, it's going to start to slowly reduce the effectiveness until they're zeroed. And then as I start to go under 90 knots, it's going to give it to me back. And so that sets how fast at 0.001. So 100 presses will give me a 1. So it's going to repeat every tick press. So that will do that. Linear speed needs to be plugged into that, which I did. Okay, good. All right. Let's go ahead and we'll save this. And I'm going to grab Basilicious' panel. I'm going to just double check really quick, make sure I have the latest version because he did update it for me. So I want to make sure I get the latest version and play with the new update. So let me just find it. I'm just going to be off screen here really quick, just grabbing it. So I think it should, I'm going to unsubscribe and resubscribe to it. That should grab the latest version. I just want to make sure I have the latest version. And we'll bring that in, and we'll hook up the panels. That way we have what we're working with. So here's Basilicious' 6-pack. I highly recommend this. I use it on pretty much everything now. Good, he cleaned it up too. He was talking, he also switched it. Before it had a lot more of nodes and stuff. You notice they are down to, where? He hooked some of these up to right here, the physics sensor. So he switched over to physics sensor. So that is now hooking up to physics sensor now. And this touch input is new from the artificial horizon. You can now move the artificial horizon bar. And so that was something I requested. And so there's another physics sensor here. So we only need one physics sensor. So I'm just going to go like that. And then I can delete out, they face in the same way they are. So I'm going to delete this one. I don't want a player sensor. That player sensor, that's player sensor. That's just so you can see it in the world. And then that will go like that. Zing, zang, zang, zang. And what's under here? I think that's all nonsense. That's just block. And then I just keep this up so I can quickly connect the video. So he redid this. It's much more compact now that it doesn't have the physics sensors, or it uses a physics sensor. So artificial horizon's the center. Heading indicator will be as your digital compass. This is turn slip. Turn slip. And then what's that? That's VSI. And then this should be altimeter. And then that should be airspeed. Nice. So yeah, it's nice to have the physics sensor now too. And then for now, I'm just going to do seat occupied is going to light these up, and then when the power comes on, they will power connect will turn on all the panels, but I will do it like this for now until I get that all hooked up. And like I said, I don't want to get into it too early on where I have to press 900 buttons, because I get into testing and it takes me 900 button presses to do anything. I'm also working on the new bearing panel that's coming along. So people are trying to get me to do this. Initially, I fought it because I wanted it to be realistic, and I had to do it because of game constraints. My old ADF system broke because the game was giving me a physics problem with it, so I had to... the game was giving me a physics problem with it, so I had to go ahead and I had to do it all by GPS. What I was doing before is essentially you had shacks on the ground, and they were actually reading their actual position via antenna. And the benefit of that was if you had a small antenna, you would lose signal more quickly. And that's how it works in real life, is you actually will lose signal, and you can't navigate by that. So you have to piggyback from one to the other to the other. And now it's all GPS, so I have to fake it. And I was trying not to fake it, but I'm going to end up having to fake it. So this here is going to go there. I used to only use Sky's PFD pretty much, and now I pretty much only use Basiliciouses because I like I like steam gauges. Steam gauges are my favorite. Steam gauges are just referencing the old type of gauge. Was they used pneumatics to spin up a gyro, and so it was called steam gauges. There was no steam; it was gyro air. You know, you had a vacuum system. The vacuum system was drawing. It was vacuuming. It was pulling air in to go over the system, and that's how it would spin up the gyros, and the gyros would keep the gauges aligned, but you got into gyroscopic precession, so you had to adjust them. So you had to keep changing your compass to the old magnetic compass to make sure it was running properly. So, all right, Basilicious' gauges are in. That's always a good stage when I actually have gauges. So there they are. So so this is what Basilicious added. So let me see where it is here. So let me see. Not 100% sure where added it. But it looks like the knob's here, so I'm not sure where the grab is for the knob. But anyways, this horizon bar, so each plane, depending on where it sits, you would move your horizon bar to the horizon when you have a vertical speed of 0. So that's what he did. It was something I asked for. So I have to just look it up and see how that works. But let's go and take it for test flight now that we can actually tell our speed. Let me read some chat while this is pumping. Oh, nice. Yeah, let me look that up really quick. I'll just pause this. You'll have to... I'll kill the sound while I'm in there. It's under my subscriptions, so... Yeah, so many chats asking for the Stormlink, the unofficial Stormlink. So here it is right here. It is called unofficial in brackets Stormlink Passenger Mod by, and now let me put a share in, and I'll put the link in. So here's the link. Hey, officer, how's it going? I'm doing well. How are you doing? There's the link there, Aaron. Yeah, so this one, again, the regular one is made by End of Line, did a great job on it. The issue with this is it's been over 6 months at least, and the plan was End of Line was going to upgrade it for Arid Biome, and it still is not out. Still no word after 6 months, so you know they might just not be playing anymore. So you never know. So this person made an unofficial continuation that has Arid Biome, and so that's one reason why I put Cap Air on hiatus. Was it was just I wanted, you know, Arid Biome's one of the places I go the most. And it just was like such a huge area. You didn't have any place to go. And so I went back with that. So that's the one. So let's go back to the game. All right. So I'll bring my sound back up. All right. So we have gauges now. Let's getting. All right. So some of the stuff that's going to be in here. So I have my autopilot touchscreen panel goes here. This is going to be my bearing panel here for navigation. I need thrust, and I need thrust of the engines, and I need the clutch to go forward. Let me just read some more chat. Yeah, I'll show you what I did now. I'll do it in a second, but I'll show you my new bearing panel. And so essentially what it does is, so for those who don't know, the seed, all it does is it moves the tiny islands. The main places stay in the same position. The way the ADF was good was it didn't matter, my old ADF system, it did not matter what seed you had because the ADF was stuck to the island. And so if your seed moved the island, the ADF still worked. It didn't matter what seed you used. The problem was it was causing, if you look at F1 here, SV environment, that will creep up if you have something in the world that is causing a collision or something. It's something, a block in the world, and so my shacks were causing that SV environment to eventually get to the point where I couldn't play anymore. And so what I did was I did what I didn't want to do initially was I made it so that all of the islands that stay in the same position, for example, we're at Draymore, so Draymore always is here. Always has the same GPS coordinates. So the shack was right here. And so if you look right here are coordinates, I've entered that in for everybody. So every airport that is stationary is entered in. Then what I do is I have property numbers and say that you're, like say I wanted to enter in this island's position, I pick, okay, well I want the ADF here, because usually they're not in line with the runway, they're off-centered. And so say I want the ADF here. Well, what you do is you look and you say, you write down X is 138.55, Y is negative 24.866, and then you go in there and you enter it in manually, and then it's set up for your world. So you can't move the islands by hand, but you can do it via seed. I tried some testing where I was moving it one digit at a time, and I got them where I wanted them by trial and error. And so, like, I wanted them way down here because of cap air. I want to be able to go the longest distances. Like, some people love it when you see this on Reddit all the time. Like, oh my god, I got the coolest seed. There's an island right here. It's like, dude, why would you want it so you can spit from here to there? It's like, I like, dude, if I could have my way, this would be down here. Like, this would at least be as far as the Arctic. The Arctic, for me, and most of my planes, is a 15-minute flight. It's like, I want this to be like 30 minutes. And, you know, so what I would like to see in not Stormworks 2, they announced that they're, you know, calling the next one not Stormworks 2 because it's not going to be Stormworks. And what I would like is an actual world editor. And so you can place these where you want them. That's what I want. I want to be able to place this down here. I want to be able to put this island way the hell out here. I want to be able to put this one out here. Some of these I hate. Like, I don't like this one. I don't like this one. This one I don't mind too much. These two I don't like. I would say these are my least favorite. I would just get rid of them. But I would want them way out here because I like to actually fly long distances. But if you're in a boat, and this was something I brought up before, is this was all something in Star Citizen people were complaining about, and I kind of, you know, I kind of talked about a different way to think about it. A lot of people complain about the distances in Stormworks because they want to be able to go from here to here to here to here in a boat, and it takes them a while if they're going, say, 20 knots. It takes me about 40 minutes to get my tugboat from here to up to here. All right, and so they don't want to spend 40 minutes. That's fine, but the way that the devs should set this up is make it so that you can easily go from, say, here down to JSI, and that's say a 15-minute tugboat ride, right? Or you go from here to here. Well, that's a 20-minute tugboat ride. And so if you don't want to spend a lot of time going long distance, quote-unquote long distances, you would go from here to here. That, I did this in my beginner series, the last episode. Literally takes me 6 minutes going 18 knots from here to here, to about here. And so that's 6 minutes. All right, so what you can do is if you don't want to go long distances, what the devs should do is make each continent like a microcosm. So you can do fuel trading from here to JSI, but it pays very little. So it takes you 15 minutes, and it doesn't pay a lot. But this one takes 45 minutes, so 3 times as long, 3 times the profit. you know, and so you want to spend a longer time, and then it might take you. So say this continent was way down here. Well, yeah, of course you're not going from Sawyer Island to here all the time, but you would be traveling around here for say a month, and then you say, okay, you know what, I'm ready to go up to Sawyer Islands, and instead of coming right back, you would stay up at the Sawyer Islands for like a month, and then you go up to the Arctic, and guess what? You would be incentivized, okay, I don't want the long trip back, so I'm going to stay up in the Arctic and do missions and play up here for a while. And then when you get sick of being in the Arctic, you would then come back down. You'd stay up here for like a month and then go down here for a month. And so instead of making this like ding, 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 you would stay on a continent for a while. And then you get sick of that continent, then you make the long trip. And it gives you an incentive, it gives you a reason to stay in that area because the long trip is a pain in the ass. Well, it's tough because there are land vehicles, there are sea vehicles, and there are air vehicles in this game. And so this from here to here is 15 minutes in most of my aircraft, in most of my fast aircraft. Shorter in some of my really fast aircraft. So that's like a trivial amount of time. But that will take 8 hours in a boat. So it's like, that's the problem the game often has, is it's, you know, because people are often using a boat, they don't want to spend that amount of time, you know? So I'm just reading some chat here. Why are you not moving? Okay, I didn't put up the clutch on the... So I'm going to start to gently bring the clutch up on the ducted fans. There they go. I have to be careful because they kind of kick on, so I don't want to be going too fast. I'm trying to read chat while I'm taxiing. I don't have my... So I have no nose wheel steering, but I can still yaw with my rotors, so I can do a little bit of turning. All right, I'm going to bring back the 4 key. The 4 key controls my ducted fans that are in my turbine. So you notice I have no turbine smoke. That's because the ducted fan is actually doing all the work. The turbines are doing nothing. All right, and we'll bring up the 1 key that actually throttles up the turbines. So the way I have these geared is I have 1 gearbox going to my rotors because you don't want those rotors going more than 60 RPS or else you'll start having issues with, they are causing too much motion, and then the gyro system is trying to counteract, you know, a system that is too powerful essentially. And so I have those to a 3-to-1, so they'll go to a maximum of 30. Whoa, come on, man. That's doing exactly what I was afraid it was going to do. I need to be in the cockpit to tell what's going on here. Come on. All right, I need to fix this anyway. All right, let's fix some things. So we want to go in here. VTOL controller. Where is my... That's prop clutch. Prop clutch? Right here. Our prop clutch is there. Where is my... Okay, I think it's in the other panel, actually. This panel is controlling my turbine clutch. So right here is my fan clutches are right here. So what I want to do is spacebar 31 or 32. I think is it 31? I can't remember which one's occupied, which one is spacebar. If somebody knows spacebar, let me know. I think it's 31. 31 is going to be zeroing my fan clutches. So I can stop on a dime. I'll check it in the seat right now. Let me see. Trigger is now space, push, 0, fans, slash, brakes. 31, yep. Let me quickly read through some of these chats here. Thanks. I'm glad, Officer, you're enjoying the new player series. If you guys have anything you'd like in the new player series, feel free to comment in the comments of those new player videos. I'm always looking for new things people are struggling with to try to come up with ideas of what to put in that. I want things that people need. Yeah, I pretty much stay in the arid island all the time now. So that's my preferred place. Color mode for the gray and the rim of monitors. Oh, it's 84, 84, 84. Copy. We need more gameplay like zombies and missions trading. I want more missions and trading. I can do it without the zombies. But yeah. you know, I'm not a person who likes to crap on other people's enjoyment. And so it's like, you know, you get the people, I see it a lot in, so the negative Nancy's seem to hang out in the Steam discussions. Something there are some great people there who help out a lot of people, and I try to go help people there as well. But especially during the weekly announcements, you get a lot of negative people who are disgruntled and want to, you know, complain, which is fine, you know, but it tends to be very negative, and so um, you know, you'll get some people in there who will be like, you know, why'd they put this? Nobody wants that, and they're talking for themselves. They don't want that, so instead of saying I don't want this thing, they say nobody wants this. And so, for example, I could not care less about zombies, but guess what? I know people want zombies. So guess what? I don't crap on their idea. They have every right to play the game they want as me. You know, I'm not a fan of the Kraken. I'm not a fan of the Megalodon. Do I want them taken out of the game? No. They did exactly what I want them to do with the Megalodon and the Kraken. They made it so it's a checkbox, and I never have to see a Kraken if I don't want to see one. I never have to see a Megalodon if I don't want to ever see it because I turn them off. And that's what I'm all about, is give me an option. And it's like the people who complain about industrial gameplay is they'll go, oh, this is a SAR game. That's gatekeeping. Not interested in gatekeeping. Is, you know what? If you don't want to play that type of gameplay, don't play it. You know? And that's the great thing with, you know, people will criticize the devs. There was somebody I was arguing with in there, and I finally got off of it, was they were essentially saying that if it's not the most profitable thing, then they shouldn't be doing it. That's not good business. And I disagree. You know, frankly, there's some nuance there. You know, a business doesn't need to, you don't need to, for example, let's say that the most profitable soda ever is Coke, right? Then everybody would make Coke, right? They would never make something else, but they don't have to. Because guess what? It's profitable to make orange soda. It's profitable to make Dr. Pepper. It's profitable to make all these other sodas as well. Why is this flying like crap now? It's very profitable to make all these other sodas, but it might not be as profitable. And so what the devs have done is they've done a great job, not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but they do a pretty good job of saying, hey, you know what? We haven't done any train content in a while. And let's say the train community is only 5% of Stormworks. Well, they could say, okay, well, listen, 50% is the gun community. We could just keep throwing guns at them, and we could rake in the cash. Because they keep accusing the devs of this cash grab. If they were cash grabbing, what they would do is they would do what the most popular thing is at all times. Every other week, they'd be running a poll, and they would only do what polls the highest. But they're not doing that. They are going out there to say, okay, this community might only be 2% of the community, but we're going to give them some parts, and we're going to give them some love. And that's one of the things that I do think the devs do a good job at, is they will go out there and they will give some love to parts of the community that might not make them a lot of profit, because they want the game to be played by more people, or, you know, be available to more people. And it makes perfect sense, because if you think about it, this game is a challenging engineering game where you have to have some knowledge of engineering or learn some to be able to play it well. And so that is already a small group of people. Most people are quote-unquote casual, and I don't mean that as a pejorative. I mean it as they're busy. They have a job, they have a family, they have things they need to do, and so they come home at night and they can play a game for an hour. And so they don't have time to sit down and listen to like 5 hours of my videos to learn how to make a small thing that barely works, you know? And so they want to download something from the workshop, and they want to go on a multiplayer, and they want to play with their friends, and they want to go fight a Kraken, and they want to go to bed and go and repeat and do it all, you know, over again, you know? And so there's a small number of people who would only play a game that's super complicated. Then you get a bigger group of people who would also play it if they can download something from the workshop, go drive around a cool boat, and then sink it. You know, as you know, there are certain communities that love to do that stuff. And so the devs do a pretty good job of letting all these communities play this somewhat obscure, nerdy-ass engineering game. And I think that's the right move for them. Is instead of making, like, dude, if I had my way, you know, if to make the perfect game for me, it would get even worse and even nerdier. You know, but, you know, I understand that's not for other people, so I don't poo-poo other people's fun. They want to go play with a Kraken. I'm thrilled that there is something in this game for other people to enjoy who may not like the stuff that I like, you know. And the devs came out with industrial gameplay, and for a lot of people, they had zero interest in it. Me, It's huge. That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted that more than fishing, and we got it. And so I am in no way, shape, or form going to poop on other people's fun, because guess what? I had my day, and I acknowledge that they gave me some things that I really liked. And so guess what? If a couple of the updates are not for me, that's cool too. And some people don't have that mentality. If it's not the most popular thing, or if it's not the thing they want, they assume or they act like nobody wants it. And I just think that's gross. It's like, dude, let somebody else have some fun, you know? Let me read some chat here while we're just cruising. So my hands are off the controls. Gyro's off. So that's what it flies like. Gyro's plugged in, but, you know, I don't have the gyro. All I've done is trimmed a little bit of pitch trim. So get your plane set up correctly, it will fly well. Let me see. I'm just reading, trying to find where I left off. Yeah, I would like more missions for trading. For example, we get these cool missions. It's like, hey, I'll talk about them now. Hey, take Bob from Harrison Airfield. I get all excited. Harrison Airfield to this little craggy crap island here. And I actually tried doing it in one of my videos, and I couldn't get it done. I nearly did it. I flew this person from here, and I took the Antonov 2, and this is really rocky. This is miserable. And the wind was so strong, I was able to go in. I had enough of a headwind. The headwind was coming in here. I actually was able to land on the helipad, but I couldn't get stopped because the wind was so strong, it was pushing me off the helipad. I ended up in the water. And so what I would like to see is, don't get rid of those missions, devs. That's a good helicopter mission. Take them from an airport to an island. That screams VTOL helicopter. But I would like a mission. Take a dude and his box from here to FJ. Take a dude and his box from here to here. Take a dude and his box from here to Ender. And that way, guess what? The airplane crowd, who frankly does not get much love in this game, can play. You know? How's it going there, Bison? You know, so that's one thing I would like. You really can't make air brakes. What you can do is you do an up-down counter, and if you have a certain RPS, and so the way the air brakes work IRL is you have air tanks. And if the PSI value is under a certain value, the compressor clutch turns on, and it pumps air into the tanks. And then once it reaches that pressure in the tanks, it depends. It's like 120 PSI or 100 to 120. It depends on the system. You can set it yourself. The mechanics can change it. It will cut out the compressor. You'll hear the compressor actually stop making air. And then what will happen next is you will press the brakes. Every time you depress the brakes, it will use up some of the air in the tanks. Once it drops below the threshold, the compressor will turn back on and it will repump. We would actually do an air brake test every day before you take it out on your pre-trip. And what you'll do is you'll stomp on the brake pedal with the engine off, and you'll use up enough air that once you get below, I think it's like 50 PSI, the brakes will, the air pressure can no longer overcome the spring brakes, and the brakes will come on. The air valve will pop out. And so what you can do in game, let me slow down here and land. Okay, so see we're at 230 knots. That would be insanity trying to land at 230 knots. But because this goes immediately into a stall mode, as soon as we go under 90 knots, watch those propellers should come back on. Unless I just broke it. I probably broke it. Yeah, those propellers should be on. I don't know why they're not. Okay, they're coming on. I just pulled the thrust too much. So what I need to do is actually bring down 4 a little bit. So they're on. So those propellers are going. So those are taking over a little bit of the thrust for me. So what's happening is I have my ducted fans are still doing a bunch of work. So they're taking a bunch of the effort away. Gear down. Gear is up. Let's put the gear down. And I'm going to go 4. And I'm going to go... So I'm going 4, which is reducing the ducted fans. We're going to go vertical landing. There we go. And I didn't have time to press collective. I was pressing 2 things at once. All right, and we did a vertical landing there. So the issue is my ducted fans were using up so much of my energy that I wasn't able to... I didn't have enough thrust in the propellers. to do the propellers. Now, if I reduce my thrust of my engines, so I'm going to reduce the thrust of my engines down to like 2. And so what you can do with the air brakes is every time you depress the brake, so what you would do is say if brakes, so let's say you're using WS for the brakes, right? If the brakes are less than 0, you would go for the down on the up-down counter. And if the PSI, you have to make up PSI, but you'd say if the value, you do another up-down counter for PSI. If PSI is greater than 120, you would not increase. And so as you step on the brakes, what would happen is the 120 would count down, so you'd be losing pressure. As soon as you get below, say, 100 PSI, you would now be building up pressure again, and so the up value on the up-down counter. I'll make a guide, especially when we get in. I'm kind of waiting on that because what I want is pneumatics. They're talking about we're getting a pneumatic update in some months, and I'll make an air brake system when that comes along. I might make a fake one for now. So I have to develop some procedures for this. So, for example, one reason why I was struggling a little to land there was the propellers are on the same. The propellers were declutched when I had the ducted fans going. And so I was coming in with ducted fans. So what I should have done is reduce the ducted fans, giving more power to my vertical propellers. And I didn't do it quick enough because what I should have been doing is leaving the RPS up. What I was doing is slowing down with my 1-2 keys, which is the thrust of the turbines, instead of going 3-4 to slow down. That's what I should have done. Let's just go through some of the other chat here. Yeah, the creative menu is definitely, somebody was talking, hey, why don't you just do, custom game and, reduce the, what did they say, shut off infinite resources. You could do that. Like most things in this game, there are multiple ways to do things. People will often act as though there's only one way to do things or there's one right way to do it. If it works, it works. And so I prefer to play a career game in career. 1, to keep career alive and give it some love. 2, because it's easy for me to add the custom menu and it works. And 3, if I want to, I can pull that custom menu off and I have a career game. I think of it like training wheels. I build a creative game and I put training wheels on it. And if I want to take the training wheels off, I take them off. For me personally, if I wasn't doing videos, I would shut the creative menu off a lot of the time. And the reason I don't is I need third-person camera. I need these things to make my videos. And so part of it is it's me doing a theme of, hey, you can play creative and have fun. Because a lot of people don't think you can have fun playing creative. But I personally need creative menu on so I can make videos. Because I need to be able to do time lapses. I need to be able to do third person. And so it's easier for me to leave that creative menu, that custom menu on all the time. And so I've gotten that question a bunch lately. Why don't you just do it this way? It's like, dude, there are 2 ways to do it. You have said, why don't you do it this way? It's because I am doing the other way to do it. So there are just 2 equally valid ways to do it. And I've chosen one. And that's why I do it. So let's see. Thank you, Bison. I'm glad you like the way it's looking. So this is working pretty well. I like this. It's kind of working cool. I'd like to upscale this at some point and do containers with it. Let's see what else I kind of want to work on with this sucker. So it's fast. Let's go for a little flight. So we did a vertical landing. We did that. Let's go head back down to Draymore. So I'm trying to think of some procedures for how to set this up. So right now, I'm controlling my thrust with 1 and 2. I like that. 3 and 4 is my ducted fan. So one thing I need, let's go 4, make sure my ducted fan clutch is completely off. I want to go 1. That will bring up the RPS of the turbines, which are already at 100% clutch with the propellers. So here we go. We're up. It's behaving pretty well. The roll is a little bit anemic. I don't have as much roll and pitch as I would like. I probably need to increase. So like right now, I can't roll. I'm trying to roll. It's not rolling enough for me. I need to give it a little collective, maybe. Yeah, it doesn't want to roll much, so I need to fix the roll. So that needs to go. So roll right there, I'm having problems with. Pitch is fine. Let me fix the roll. Something is up with my roll. It was working better earlier, so let's bring it back and fix that. Monday's going pretty well. We're kind of hanging out making this. I was kind of, couldn't think of what I wanted to build next, and I finally the VTOL has grabbed a hold of me. So let's see why this roll isn't working correctly. Yeah, roll is misbehaving. Roll really does not want to do what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, so this is x plus y times z. All right, let's check the z value. Let's go do this first. Let's update this and just spawn it. All right. And what I'm going to do is go in here, and we're just going to trim this out. And I want to see what the roll value is. So we're going to hold the Alt key, and I'm going to roll all the way to the right. Okay. And let's get up here and see what they're reading. So rotor and light. All right, so roll is showing 0. So something is wrong with roll. I have put in a roll input, and it's reading nada. So that would be what's up, because I had this working earlier, and now it's misbehaving. Roll is nothing. So roll appears not to be connecting. All right, port roll is going there. Star roll should be, star roll is there. Okay, so they're connected there, merged. Let's see why roll is not working. All right, roll is coming in. It is x plus y. Y is 0, so it's x plus 0 is fine, times the multiplier 0, which will start at a 1, and it will count down when we are going faster than 90 knots. So it'd be 1 plus 0 is 1, times 1 is 1. And then as we go over 90 knots, it will automatically start to zero those out, and then they'll come back. So that's fine. Then this one is x plus a negative y times z, so that should work. That's going to starboard roll. So let's check our gyro, make sure our gyro is plugged in here properly. Linear speed, gyro pitch, gyro roll comes into gyro. That goes to the roll from the seat. Why the crike is this not working? AD goes to roll. Gyro is going into gyro roll. Huh. That is frickin' weird, man. So I don't know why that's not behaving. Gyro roll. They're plugged into X. Okay. So let's just simplify this and make sure this is x times z. Because I don't really need that on here. The roll is just doing... Let's try that. So do I want negative roll? I'm trying to think. They're facing the same way. So that's going to roll the wing down. I want to roll the wing up, so it should be negative, yeah. So I want to, essentially what I'm doing is try to pick that wing up. So that'll be negative x there, that'll be that times the multiplier. Those are going roll. Let's screw with this and see why. I can also do roll with collective, but I don't like to do that because I want to have 100% collective. If I'm trying to pick up something heavy, let's say I put a winch on this, I don't want to lose some of my collective to roll because then I don't have it. So the seat is still showing 100% roll. Let's go read you, sucker. See why you're misbehaving. See, roll is still not showing me anything. What the crike? Collective is at 50%. Pitch is even showing a value. Roll is showing nada, nada, nada. Why? Why? I don't get it. Let's see, merge. I don't get why that's misbehaving. I'll check everything again. AD is plugged into roll. Roll is plugged into there and the roll node here. Gyro roll comes in here, goes against the multiplier. Let's go like this to test it. Do another test. Should be, the seat's already pre-trimmed, so that should be in there. I'll go check the seat in a second. There we go. So something in that formula is funky, wonky, weird. Let's fix the formula. So I screwed the formulas, and that's likely the culprit. All right, that's plugged in. Oh, there it is. All right, x times that, and this should be, okay, fix this. So it was y before. Let's see, x times y, or x times z rather, and then z, I need to plug in z. It's multiplying it by 0. That would be y. So the z wasn't plugged in. I had a couple problems with that. The z wasn't plugged in, so it was always multiplying it by 0, which will give you a 0. So that would be it right there. So I changed it, and I didn't forgot to plug it in. Got to be careful with multiplication. Multiplication will ruin your day. Do a quick read of the old Chatteroni. You spell breaks like Mr. G if he's still here. You can do it a number of ways. If you look at my sub tutorial, did I do it in sub tutorial? I did it in the first career build series. I built a sub. One thing you can do is you can do you can bring your air with you. That is a thing you can do. So if you bring your air with you, you can put it in tanks, and you can use the air from the tanks to run your diesel. 2, what I did, I put a winch, I think it's the large winch, and I have a buoy. The buoy is just a big open ball of blocks that floats. And then the hose goes up to the buoy, and the buoy has a long protuberance with an air filter on it. So the air filter will only take in air, so you get your air from the surface. And because you're pumping it from the surface, there's no pressure fighting your pumps. And so in real life, the hose would be pressed, with like 2,000 psi, and you'd never get air down the hose. But in game, you can get it down the hose, so you're sucking in fresh air, and you can vent out your diesel exhaust. You can even delete your diesel exhaust. Other thing people will do is they'll take the exhaust from the diesel, they'll put it through enough catalytic converters that it converts it to clean air, and then they now take that clean air and they cycle it back to the engine, which theoretically you'd be getting carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. And so as long as you strip off the carbons, you would be getting oxygen, and you should be able to run a closed cycle with oxidizer. That should work in real life, so I don't have too much problem with that. But generally what I do is I pump from the air, from the surface. Then I go to batteries. So I use the diesel to top off the batteries. Then if I go super low, I run off the batteries. I always do neutral buoyancy, so it really doesn't weigh very much. And so because it doesn't weigh very much, or because it's neutrally buoyant, you really don't need much power to move it. So let's say you were down at 10% battery, you should be able to use the last 10% of your battery to kick yourself back up to the surface to be able to get that snorkel back out, and then the snorkel will allow you to suck air and get your diesel going again. So that's how I do it. Let's see. Yeah, Bison's got a point. He goes, it's amazing how many people inflict their opinion about how to play a game. I agree with you. There are many ways to play, and not one is more correct than another. Yeah, I just don't get it personally. I love it when, like, for example, I've talked about how, I see, some of the most popular videos for this game are not how I play. And it doesn't pick my pocket at all, because the devs, I think, do the right thing. Listen, if the devs wanted to make a bunch of money, if the devs were money grabbers like some of those people will accuse them of being, this is what they'd do. They'd say, you know what we need more of? We need more sinking ship survival. We'll make a mode called sinking ship survival. We'll make 900 of these Kraken type beasts, like different type of weird beasts, because that allows the YouTubers with the highest following and video views who advertise for our game for free to get the most amount of, and I don't mean as a pejorative, but casual players, because what I mean by those casual players is they download something from the workshop, they use it for 20 minutes, they sink the ship, and then they say, oh, that was fun, and they go on with their life. That's fine. And guess what? They bought the game. That's, if the game was a subscription model, like, say, WoW, well, the devs would want to cater to people like me who put in 4,000 hours who will subscribe every month. But the devs are, the one thing I really give them a lot of credit for is they say, okay, well, yeah, we're going to put in the Krakens and the Bigfoot and all that stuff for those people who want to do that type of gameplay. But we're also going to put in this obscure train part that the train community, who might only be 5% of the community, really, really want. And okay, we have like 5% of the community wants industrial gameplay. We're going to make a whole DLC for industrial gameplay for those 5%. You know, and that's, I think, a huge credit to the devs. And I don't get it why somebody else's gameplay picks your pocket. And, you know, some of the people who really, I would say, are guilty of that mentality, they're like, well, it's a search and rescue game. There shouldn't be anything else in it but search and rescue. And they're kind of absolutists in that way. Guess what? You start looking at the Venn diagram of how many people want a really complicated engineering game who are going to have the time, the patience to learn all the engineering, play, build something that takes them 100 hours to only do search and rescue. I'll tell you, I probably play search and rescue more than most. You see it on the career build series all the time. And guess what? If I would be super duper bored if that was the only thing there is. And listen, those people are not wrong saying they would like more search and rescue, but you know, and guess what? The devs just did add search and rescue stuff. All that oil spill stuff, that's what search and rescue does all day long. They're the ones who respond to those spills. And so they're getting their love as well. So I agree with you. I don't get why people are offended by how somebody else plays the game, you know? Yeah, like for example, classic mode. I have never played classic mode and I never will. You know why? I don't like locking parts. I want all the parts. For me, the updates that excite me the most are when they add parts. Because guess what? I can work with the new parts for hundreds of hours and enjoy it. You know, I've yet to get an oil spill, but I'd love to have an oil spill because guess what? As soon as I get oil spills regularly, I'm going to start to let me fix this trim real quick before I forget. As soon as I start getting oil spills, I'm going to build a barge that will suck up oil. You know, that's going to add hundreds of hours of gameplay to me because it's new parts. You know, so that's why I don't like classic mode. But guess what? A lot of people like classic mode. So if I was a jerk, I'd be like, oh, nobody wants classic mode. But there are people who want classic mode. Let them have their classic mode. You know, it doesn't pick my pocket at all. So yeah, I just don't get that gatekeeping. Yeah, like for example, like you like the custom mode, you don't like the monetary restraints. For example, for me, I get so bored if I have too much money. You'll notice how I keep doing money sinks in my career build series. Like the next thing I'm doing is I'm buying this island. This island costs 100 grand. I'm going to buy this island. I'm going to build a huge base, and guess what? Triton's coming back because Triton will fit in that place. And I want to play with Triton. So Triton costs like $350,000. I only have like $390,000 in my career build series. And one of the reasons is to have a money sink because for me personally, I like the motivation of having a reason to have all that money. And for me, I want to get Triton in the world. I want to buy that base right there. That's 500 grand I need to get that going. Triton burns an absolute hellacious amount of fuel, and it's efficient, but it's a big ship. It doesn't necessarily burn a lot of fuel, but it holds 150,000 liters of fuel. So I need to have enough money to put 150,000 liters of diesel on Triton. And so that, for me, the monetary constraint is very important for my gameplay. So again, I could be a jerk and be like, oh, you're wrong if you like to play with no money constraints. There's something wrong with you. If you're having fun playing the game, you're playing it right. And that's what a lot of those people don't get is, dude, go touch grass if you're this, you know, dissatisfied. It's like, if you're having fun playing, you're playing right. You know, and that's the thing that I just don't get is let people play how they want to play. Let me just read some more chat here. Yeah, you could currently pump air into tanks. I don't do it myself. In the pneumatic update, they're going to allow you to pressurize air, so I'm kind of waiting for that. Yeah, I love when they add parts. Parts are my favorite, you know. Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, there are many games where they cater to the most populous audience and that's what I would consider a money grab is, you know, you're always saying, you know, and it's like the people like, oh, we haven't got any new weapons for weapons DLC, and they obviously, that's the only part of the game they like is weapons, and that's fine. But, you know, there are other parts of the community that are getting some love, and they're, you know, some of these people are annoyed that those parts of the community are getting love. It's like, dude, I don't use weapons DLC almost at all now. And guess what? I'm not mad about it at all. If they put out some new guns, okay, great. There are people have been asking for it. That makes them happy. Awesome. You know, it doesn't pick my pocket in the least if they add, like some people want sniper rifles. If they add a sniper rifle in one of the weekly updates, awesome. I'm never going to use it, but guess what? I'm glad they use it because guess what? They get to enjoy the game. And they support a game that their support helps me play the game because, you know, it's going to put more money in the game. All right, let me check the roll here. All right, so we can roll again, as you can see. Before we were losing our roll because when I put in the speed requirement. So we can roll again. All right, good. And let's start adding in. So I'm going to go first person. I always fly in first person. Let's start adding in 3. 3 is my clutch for my ducted fans. So you need to get through the speed. Watch my speedometer. Watch my airspeed on the left. See how we get up to like 60 knots? 60 knots. Notice how the nose dips? 60 knots is about the speed where the control surfaces of the aircraft start to take over. And you can get it slower, but they start to take over more. And so you kind of get that jump. And so what's happening is I am pitching the control surfaces while I'm going too slow for them to have much effectiveness. And then once I hit 60 knots, you notice the plane, now the nose pitches back up. And the reason is these fans are trying to push the nose down because they're above the center of gravity. Then I hit 60 knots, and now my tail fin is getting enough effectiveness that it's able to counteract it. So that's why it does that little jerk maneuver. You'll notice on my Hummingbird it does that too, and that's what it's doing. So let's go full 1 is full throttle, and then full 3 is full ducted fan. And these propellers, notice they're flat now? So that's what that system was doing, is it's as I go over 90 knots, it's going to start to increase or decreases the number down to 0, and it's multiplying the pitch, the roll, and the yaw down to 0. And so that gives me a slow transition. And the reason why these are still spinning is the clutch is disconnected, but because they're not pitched anymore, there's no load on them. And so unless I put in a wheel with a brake. Ooh, that would be a good ask to put on the feature request, is a brake block. A 1-slot item. The devs have this really... the one thing I will continually give the devs crap on is they make so many things oversized, and that's great. Make some big parts, but also make a smaller counterpart. For example, I can't look in the build while I'm here, but I have 3 clutches. 3 of those 1x2 clutches in each of these engine nacelles. 1 for the alternator, or the generator, 1 for the ducted fan, and 1 for these rotors on the wings. And each of them are 1x2s. If they were 1x1s, it would have saved me a lot of work today, because I kept having to move things, because I'm like, oh crap, I gotta put it in a generator, and I'm like, and then I have to move this. And then one thing I had to do is, so my ducted fans are they're about a 7-to-1 gear ratio. So for every 1 rotation of the turbine, the ducted fans are moving 7 times. The rotors are only moving a 3-to-1, and that's because if they go over 60 RPS, they start acting the fool. And so I have to have separate clutches, and I have to segregate them so it goes turbines, gearbox, then I feed off into both the rotors and the generator, because the generator doesn't need more than a 3-to-1 gear ratio, and I don't want to overload and steal power. And then it goes through a 5-2, and then it goes through a reduced clutch to reduce my gear ratio down to where I want it. And so because those are 1x2s, I struggle to hide these sometimes. And so I'd love the devs to do, like, you know, a clutch that's like a 1x1 clutch, and I would love a brake block. For example, people do rotor brakes a lot in their helicopters, and so what the rotor brake does is it, you know, what they'll do is they'll take a wheel, and the wheel has a brake node on it, right? Why are we hovering? We're full hovering here. I didn't notice we stopped moving. Yeah, we completely stopped moving. I was like, what are we going here? And so what they'll do is they'll take a wheel and they'll hide it somewhere in their helicopter, and then you can use the brake on the wheel. So imagine the smallest wheel you can use is a 3x3 sucked all the way down, so you can kind of almost get it to like maybe a 1x2, but it's really not. It's a 1 by essentially a 1x3x3 almost, you know. And so the issue is you have to have a huge space. Like, I want to put on brakes to actually stop these just for visual reasons, because these would stop. You might get some airflow going into them, trying to turn the blades, but likely you would stop these. You'd feather these blades out and get them to stop. And so I want to put a brake in there, but guess what? Where the hell am I hiding a 1x3 wheel? And because I don't have these interlinked, I would have to, then I'd have to have 2 wheels. Where the hell am I putting a 1x2 wheel? It's like, I can't. Well, all I'd have to do is put a 1x1 brake block on here, and you'd feed it a brake number, and you actually have those. They're just, all they are is, think of it, you have a rotor, right, like on a car, and you have a disc brake, and that's it. And you could do that in a 1x1 block, so I should, you know, add that as a feature request. And what they should use is they should use a block they already have visually, which is the, just use the generator. And that's actually something I'll do, is I'll turn the clutch all the way up on a generator when I stop my engines, and that will use that to try to slow down the propellers. But, you know, they should do a brake block, so that would be kind of cool. Let me get back in chat. Yeah, you can build bases. Let me get back up. Yeah, so for example, let's actually go to this base. I want to show you guys what I want to work on here in one of the career build series. Maybe I'll do it as a live stream sometime building it, but let's go here. So waypoint up, waypoints up. So this is now travel. We're going 254 knots, so we have a good speed on this sucker. It is hilarious that that helicopter I built goes 263 knots with a small diesel engine. But that helicopter absolutely screams, the one that's, you know, kind of inspired by the Airbus twin prop. But that is my fastest, one of my faster builds is that friggin' helicopter that I don't like using for some reason. I can't stand a helicopter, I just don't want it. It's, we'll head back to this thing and I'll show you this base. This base is kind of cool. Yeah, but it's like that's something a lot of people don't think about, is you can build bases in this game which are cool and they're fun, and you can put in some really cool features, but I think the devs, again, they missed the mark on this. This base is cool. It's got, there's a little workbench here, and what that allows you to do is build a base up right around here. Then there's another workbench here that allows you to build a base up here. And then in the tunnel, there's a tunnel right here, and you can launch the largest ship area. And there's a workbench to launch a ship. I can launch Triton inside of this mountain. And there's another workbench to build gantries or whatever you want to put in there. And so that's super cool, but the one thing they should add is a little workbench to spawn a helicopter. They should have a you know, an area to build a helipad and a little place to spawn a helicopter, because that would complete this base. Because what I want to be able to do is, I want to live here as my new career build series base. If you watched the last career build series, you'd see that, you know, I had a base. And I want to be able to launch a helicopter because, for example, I can't put it on Triton, because if it flies like 2 kilometers away from Triton, it disappears, unless I have a keep active block on it. But, you know, so ideally what I want to do is launch them separately. And sometimes I want to just launch a helicopter. I don't want to have to launch a barge with my helicopter and then fly the helicopter out of the tunnel. You know, so definitely logistics is an area where the devs are a little weak. And listen, you know, I know they probably don't watch my stuff, but hey, if you ever need some logistics help, devs, feel free to contact me. I've had 20 years in logistics in both passenger transportation and cargo logistics. You know, I tried reaching out to, I don't know if it was an actual Star Citizen dev that reached out to me. Somebody invited me for coffee to talk about it. I thought it was just another user, so I was like, I'm you know, no thanks, man. But if it was a dev, you know, because, you know, I certainly agree with the notion that just because something's realistic doesn't make it fun, but things that are realistic are predictable, and there's a reason why we do things realistically is they work. And, you know, tens of thousands of hours have gone into it. So, for example, for logistics, like, I'll talk about Star Citizen logistics. I've actually been watching a bunch of Star Citizen videos to become even more disenfranchised with it. But, but the ship that I've been waiting for, the whole reason I still even care about that game is coming out somewhat soon. They said it was coming out soon in 2018, so we'll see. But anyway, so for example, logistics. Let's say we'll play in game here. So let's say we need to go. So this is the way that a lot of these people who don't know anything about logistics think logistics work. And I'll talk about how they really work. Let me make sure this doesn't crash here. Gear down. Okay, gyro's on. So I'm going to use the auto hover. It helps me just smooth. You'll notice it's bucky because my I have the sensitivities turned way down on it. I'll tune those. But if you look down there, you can see that's where you buy the island. Then that little tan desk there allows you to build in the middle of the island. Then you have another tan desk here. It allows you to build up on this top section here. And then we'll explore this a little bit. And so, like, for example, we'll talk about it in Stormworks, but it's kind of like what my write-up was for Star Citizen, because the way they would, you know, it was unrealistic. And I said that, and people were like, oh, you know, realism doesn't mean fun. I'm like, yeah, I know that. But the point of realism is it's predictable, and there's a reason why. For example, logistics company, which I've worked for you know, oh, geez, how many years now? 13 years. You know, why they do things a certain way they do them. And let's kill the volume, and I'll talk about logistics really quick. So this is the way you would do logistics IRL. The airlines do hub and spoke. Most logistics companies do hub and spoke, and there's a reason why. It is the most efficient way to do it. So many carriers, for example, Southwest has tried to do direct flights, and guess what they end up doing? Hub and spoke. It is the most efficient system. This is why they do it. And you have some people who try to, we're going to revolutionize it by doing not hub and spoke, and guess what? It rarely works. The corporate company I worked for, they went out of business because they couldn't get funding in 08, but the airline, but they were trying to do a non-hub and spoke system, and we were all very skeptical because we were like, yeah, we've seen this before, people trying not to do hub and spoke. So there's a way you would do it. Okay. So let's say you own a package delivery company in Stormworks, and you want to go and you want to get as many packages as possible. All right. This is the way that a lot of games like Star Citizen and even games like Stormworks will try to do it. Okay. All right. So you want to go from, all right, so somebody has a package, right? There's a business at Draymore, and they want to send out aircraft parts out of the Draymore airport. And they're going to send out 5 packages, and they have 3 coming in. All right. Spy Cakes has 1 for Draymore, they have 1 for Komodo, and they have 1 for FJ. Okay, now FJ, this is our hub, all right? And FJ is the hub because it has a seaport, it has a train port, it has an airport, and you can also launch land vehicles from the airport. So it encompasses all regimes at FJ. That's one of your hubs. The other hub is Tajin. It can do land, sea, and it can do water. Those are your 2 hubs. You have 2 hubs. The rest are spokes from your hubs. All right. So we take off from the hub, and we're full of packages. Let's say we can hold 20 packages. All right. So our first stop is we come up here to O'Neill. We land at O'Neill, and we realize we only have 1 package for O'Neill. So what do? We dump the package off at O'Neill. All right. Now we have 1 for Harrison, we have 2 for Draymore, and we have 1 for somewhere else. And so we pick up those packages. Do we fly them to those places? No. We hold on to them. They stay in the vehicle. We fly over here to Harrison. All right. Do we deliver that package that we just picked up that's supposed to go here? No, we don't. We hold on to it because it has not been processed by the hub yet. But we had 2 that were already from the hub that go here. We'd go dump, and we pick up 2 packages here. I'm not going to say where they're going. We don't care where they're going. All we do is we load them on our plane and we take off. We go to Draymore. We pick up our packages from Draymore and we dump off any that came from the hub going to Draymore. All right. We go to Spy Cakes. We pick up from there. We go to Komodo. We pick up from there. We do not dump off any of the ones that are supposed to go there unless they're processed by the hub. So we go out with 20 packages. We dump off 20 packages and we take anything that we can take. Anything that they want to ship out, we take. We don't care where it's going. We just take it. So we have a 20 package capacity. We went through, we dumped off 20 packages, and guess what? We're full with 20 packages. Guess where in a game like Star Citizen, where do they want you to go? All these other 100 places to dump off those 20 packages. No. Where do you go? You go back to the hub. You're full, you go to the hub. You go to the hub and you dump off 20 packages. Now they're processed. And what do? You pick up 20 processed packages and you go out again. You go out on your route. Harrison, O'Neill, Harrison, Draymore, Spy Cakes, Komodo, and you come back to the hub. You have a route. And you go back to the hub full again. Now, that package that Draymore sent out that was supposed to be going to Komodo, You didn't bring it to Komodo. You went there, even though you stopped at Komodo, even though you had one from O'Neill that was supposed to go to Harrison, you never brought those places. You kept them on your vehicle, and you brought them back to the hub. Then they were processed at the hub. And then your next trip out, your next day, that's when you deliver them. And that's how a real hub and spoke system works. They are, you don't go like this. Oh, there's one here, and then I need to go there, and then I need to go there. It's like a rat on crack. You're not supposed to be a rat on crack when you're running a logistics business. You're supposed to be, you have a route. You go here to here to here to here to here to here, home. And then that's your route. Well, guess what? There's another guy. His job is to go over here. So when you picked up a package from Dre Moore, this is how it works in Star Citizen, right? You go to here, you pick up one for there, you drop it there, you go there, and I picked up a new one for Harrison. Well, do I go back? Oh, okay, yeah, I'll go back. You were wasting so much time and fuel doing that stupid nonsense. You don't do that. You go out on your route, you pick up all the packages. You don't care where they're going. Then you come back, you dump them off, and then you go back in your route. Somebody else will have their packages processed there, and then guess what? Their route is they go from here to here to here to here to home. And they pick up all the packages. Well, guess what? Some of the packages they picked up on their route that went back to the hub, they go to your route. So instead of you flying around like a rat on crack, wasting time and energy and doing this nonsense like a fly that doesn't know where they're going, you act like a rational human and you fly your route. And your route is logistically set up so that you have a certain number of packages that are likely to go back to the hub. The hub processes them. Now, the other thing with this that Stormworks could do that would be cool, they have these big containers. I think they're great. They're about half size. They're, a normal intermodal is like 53 feet. They have these half containers that are about half that. Those are half size intermodals. Those are great, but they're pretty big in game. They're 29 by 11 by 11. And so it's tough to be able to fit them in a vehicle. You have to do a lot of stuff to build those in. So the container is 11 tall, plus you need another spot that's 12 to be able to put the nubs of the connectors on there. So you need at least 12 tall by 11 by 29 to fit a block. Now, the bottom of the containers, they have track segments. You need a gripper on those. Guess what? The gripper that I think should be 1 block is now 2 blocks. So you need a build that's at least 12. Plus the ceiling. Let's say the ceiling is only 1 block. You're going to build a perfect square. So now it's not 12 anymore. It's 13 tall. Plus 2 grippers. That's 15 tall. So the thinnest height on an airplane you can build in game to carry a container is 15. Now you need to put a tail on that because you need to be able to slide the container in behind the tail. So now you need to go at least 16 or 17 just to add your tail on. Then your tail goes up from there. All right. What I would like to see is if you saw in some of my vidges, I can't do it here, but I made those pallets. I would love to see the devs build some of their own pallets. And what you would do is you'd have these smaller boxes and containers and pallets. And we'll actually bring this back and I'll talk about it. And what I'd like to see the devs do is that. Put some smaller cargo for us to build some different size vehicles. At the end of the day, an engineering game is best made when you have different jobs to do. So, for example, I made these pallets. Let's go here, pallet. So here are my pallets. So these are my Jet A and my Diesel pallets. They have the grippers on the pallet, and that allows me to build something like my stall airplane, which is my smallest pallet hauler. It can hold 1 pallet. And it only has to have tracks on the bottom. Now notice, the floor only needs to be 1 block thick. So if I cut in there, you'll notice 1 block thick. If I wanted to hold a standard container, I need to put 2 in there for a gripper. So I need to make the floor even fatter and make it oversized. All right, so that's something. It would be cool if they came up with some pallets, like that standardized size pallet. And so you get a mission. And the mission would be, take a pallet from here to Tajin. Take a pallet from here to Harrison. Take a pallet from here to here. And they could be all different things. Fuel, they could say it was, baby bottles, whatever they want to do. That would be a cool thing they could add to the game. That would be super simple, right? They already have the spawning system in game. They can already spawn in a container that's paid. They already have that. All they have to do is make a pallet and make them this small size, right? The reason I made the pallets that small is because it allows me to put them in something like this. I can drag this pallet in here. I can put this pallet on the back of a truck, a small truck. I don't need a huge 18-wheeler. I can have a small truck, and I can do local delivery with that. The other cool thing you can do is it becomes really fun in these transportation games when you can string deliveries together. So say, for example, my Seagull will take 2 pallets. So they give me a mission. Okay, go to Ender, pick up a pallet for, there's 2 pallets at Ender, let's say. Or let's say there's 4 pallets at Ender, right? And you go pick up 2 pallets. You say, okay, I'm going to take a pallet for Draymore. I'm going to take one for Spy Cakes. You fly up here. You dump off the pallet. It delivers for Draymore. You pull that pallet off. It's now delivered. You leave it there. It will eventually disappear. You pull the other pallet off. Well, guess what? That pallet's going to Spy Cakes. So then you pull up one of your trucks. You load that on your truck. You do a hook lift, whatever you want. You do a flatbed slide lift, whatever you want. You have a trailer. You have a mini truck, whatever you want to have. You know, engineering, this is the whole point of the game. Build something cool. You build your little truck. You drive your little truck over there. Yay, paid. And then this, say, Spy Cakes has a couple pallets. Okay, you go over, pick up a pallet, and you say, okay, well, I can take 2 pallets. So there's one for Draymore. That one will insta deliver, so we'll drop that, deliver it. Okay, then we have another one. Okay, that one's for Donk. We'll go deliver that. Okay. And then we've got one for Harrison, and we have one for O'Neill. Okay, we'll bring both of those over. So you drive it over, load them into your airplane. You fly to Harrison, dump off the pallet, fly to O'Neill, dump off the pallet. That's cool. That gives you gameplay. What's really fun is the ability to chain missions together. The stall has seats and pallets. Okay, I have a guy at Spy Cakes. He wants to go to Harrison, and I have a pallet at Spy Cakes that needs to go to Harrison. Okay, I'll grab the pallet and I'll grab the dude, and we'll bring them over to the airport, and I'll fly them to Harrison. Now you've just opened, or Harrison, you've now opened your game up to so much more possibility where we can build cool vehicles that, okay, I'm not always getting pallets, but so I can put some seats on there too, just like my stall airplane. And I can also take pallets. And then they already have the mechanic where you can have a guy that has a box and you have to bring his box with him. I had a scientist I did it in one of my career build videos. He thinks he went here. Here or here, one or the other. And so that would be cool is, okay, I have a guy, he's got a box, and I need a pallet. So load the pallet, load the guy, throw the box on the floor, fly off and do these missions. And it lets you chain them along and do some emergent gameplay. And so I think that would be really cool from the end of the game. I don't think it would be that hard. Let me read up some of the chat here. Let's see, where are we at here? I'm trying to see where I'm at. Yeah, talked about building bases. Yeah, it holds an absolute insane amount. I was just there. Let me teleport there. I saved my build. So let's go there. I meant to look at this base and then get sidetracked with my own rants. But those are some small things they could add to the missions. They could do that in a weekly update. Like, dude, it literally took me an hour to make my pallet. They can have the pallet if they want and put it in the game. So let's go fly and do this. So I'll launch Triton. Yeah, so Triton's going to come back. I like to work on Triton. I do like my new home ship, but it can't hold helicopters. Can't do that. I'm like, I kind of want to do that. So like this here, you do this, and it can create a structure. And if we go to world view, it's underwater here. So you can build a gantry to say load a ship. You can build docks, and you can build all that cool stuff at this place. And then here you can launch ships as big as Triton. The only thing that hits is the antenna for Triton. So for example, if I bring in Triton, so there's Triton, and Triton will fit in here. So if we look inside, this is, where's fuel? What do you spawned out? This might be water ballast. No, that's diesel. Okay, so this level is diesel. So this is all diesel. That is all diesel. And then we have counterweight for the crane. So see this big ass massive weight in here? That is all for this crane. So I can lift on containers off of a dock. This arm will reach all the way out to here. And I can lift containers. It won't even tip because of that huge counterweight in there. And then the back here, this is all diesel in here. All of this is all diesel. So we have the front, back. Look how much weight, how many weight blocks I have in here. That is how you get a stable ship. That's all weight blocks. It's all weight blocks in here. This is all water ballast. So not only do I put weight blocks in here, I put water all in here. So this is full of water. This in the front is full of water as well. So the whole bow is water and fuel. And I think it holds like 150,000 liters. Let me check it. I haven't checked it in a while. It's going to act the fool for a second there. So the antenna is going to go up too high, so I have to go and quickly stop the antenna before it tries to puncture the roof here. So that going down. I might have to hook the electricity up. Okay, good. So the antenna's down, but you see this will spawn in there. So let's. I don't know if I have a fuel readout somewhere. I might not. So this is the ballast water. So you see it's sucking ballast water in there like crazy. And then I don't have any. I still need to work on this, but I'm gonna get back into this. Let's get Triton moving here. I need to go downstairs. So this is what I was talking about with my boats or with my planes and everything. Dude, this is a nightmare when you do it with a boat. If you like the boat's not done yet, but I have to walk down like 5 decks to go start this thing up. So it's like if I want to test something, it's like 5 minutes just to get testing. So that's why I recommend make it simple until you get it going. So what do I have to do? So I have an engineering section here. I gotta get in the seat. And I gotta go starboard. I have a mosquito in the house. Oh, did I get him? No. I gotta get my electric tennis racket. Generators, harbor gens. All right, so that's all powered up. And then I need to do breakers. And then main power. Okay, all these are on. So these are all literally all connected. These are all connected to them. This is not fake. That's all real. These are all real breakers. Helipad sensors, all these are on. So I know there's probably a bunch of people that haven't seen the original Career Build series. We can walk through this a little bit. So I missed Triton, so I want to get back in it. So I have my toolboxes here. So this is all my toolboxes and crap in here. These are my motors. These are harbor generators. These work. I have 2 harbor generators that are massive that produce all my electricity. These are the shipborne generators. So when the engines are running, the harbor generators are automatic. I've turned them on already. They won't come on until the batteries go down. This is all the battery I have on this ship. People have a habit of over batterying the ship. This is all the battery I have in my entire ship. More than enough. This is my diesel exhaust fluid, so it's not hooked up yet, but this makes it so that if I don't have jet fuel in here, the engines will not run. This is my my turnbuckle system for my rudders. So these will actually, you'll see these articulate when I move my rudders. In real life, they have these big hydraulic cylinders, and they will move the rudders via those. So that actually, these turn, the rudders are actually turning the pistons. The pistons have no power, but I'll do a turn. I'll come down and show you those. Those are kind of cool. This here for those, so this is all the cooling system for it. As you can see, I do not raw water cool this. This one's actively cooled, so this uses, all these pipes are actually connected to stuff. That's the fire suppression system. That is my impeller pump running my superchargers. That's the cutouts. I'll show you those. This here is a garage for vehicles. So this hatch you pick up with the crane. You pick it up with the crane, you put it on the deck, and I can load vehicles into here. This here is my firefighting. This is actually how I pump the water up for the firefighting system. That goes back to the aft for the water suppression system in the engine room. These, that's for looks. That's hydraulics. This is simulating a hydraulic system. This is water cleaning for the, to simulate turn the water. And then there's one of the things that terrifies me in real life is, so they have what do they call them? Sealed compartment are super dangerous in boats. And the reason is these are chain lockers. And so, of course, you can't see anything in there, but these are the chain lockers. And so what happens in real life is, so you have all this chain in there and it's steel. And so it rusts, right? It gets a bunch of salt water on it. They spray it down, but it still rusts. And so the rust uses up electricity, or electricity. The rust uses up oxygen. And so because the rust eats oxygen, you have a sealed space with a sealed door in here, right? The chain is eating up oxygen. And so when you go, oh, I'm going to go check on something in here. You go in there and there's no oxygen in the room and you suffocate. And then you collapse in there. And so they've had it where in ships, somebody's gone into the anchor locker and they passed out. And then so their buddy goes in there to go get them. He passes out. And then another guy goes in there and he passes out. And they've literally had them where 5 people have gone in there and passed out and died. And so then they finally get somebody in there with a mask to go recover their bodies. And so what they'll do is they'll have pumps and they'll pump fresh air in and they'll pump the stagnant air out. And so that they have enough oxygen to work in there. And so they have to do a buddy system. And now with modern regulations, they make you have to wear masks and bring in an oxygen supply so that, let's say your buddy passes out in there, you put on the oxygen mask and you can go rescue him and you have enough oxygen, you don't pass out. This is all living quarters here, so we'll go out the back in a second here. Living quarters in there, there. You see the arrow will tell you which direction the ladder goes up. All auto lights, that goes down, that goes up. These are all staterooms in through here on either side. This is your kitchenette and your galley. Kitchen galley. This is just going to be like an activities rumpus room in there, just for hanging. I don't know what that's going to be. Actually, I have an activities room upstairs. If we go to the stern here, this is out on the main deck here. This is that hatch over the where all the vehicles go. And then this hatch is over the engine room. So you have these in real ships. So let's say one of those cylinders on that engine needs to be replaced. You pull the hatch, you grab the cylinder, you pull it out, you put it on the dock. You go grab the new cylinder, you put it down there, you put the hatch back on, and you go on with your day. For those who haven't seen Triton before, this is the fast rescue boat. Goes off the side here, and it clamps in. This is really cool. This is one of my favorite things about Triton. So this here is how, the reason the light's on is it works off a distance sensor. So this distance sensor is shooting up into infinity. If it reads something within like, I think it's like 100 meters, it will show this red pattern. And so I can actually land the hummingbird, not the hummingbird, the katydid. I actually can land hummingbird on here too. And so there's a camera right around here. And so you would watch on the katydid and you zero in on this at night and you can land. And these 2 pegs, see how they're dancing? They're free floating and they will come up and grab the katydid. I actually have a short video. I'll grab it and link it. It's kind of a cool video, and you can watch that, and it's the katydid grabbing on in really rough seas. And so the whole point of this is I can leave this ship on autopilot, and I can go do a rescue, come back, and land. So let me find the shorts. Let's see. I think it's, what is it called? Here it is. Landing in heavy seas. I'll get a link for you guys, and you can watch it. There's a big one. Here, I'll just play it really quick. I can show my own stuff. That's the thing, is you have to be careful showing other people's stuff. You'll get it will finally kick your live stream. But here's the we need to come down the video. With it. We need to watch the heave. Let's stay up high on a heave, and let's try to slam the sucker down. I need to get down. So the heave is the ship going up and down. So the ship is going on those really heavy waves there. It's on autopilot, and you notice, look at the screen to the right here. I can see that target. A lot of talking to myself. And I'm trying to grab it. There we go. And now they'll come up and they'll magnet to me and grab me. They're just 2 connectors, and so they grab me. I actually have, this can hold the cormorant, which is my seaplane. The seaplane will land next to it. The crane will pick it up, and the crane will deposit on here, and it will snap in and be held. You notice how these are tilted? These tilt so that you don't hit them on the rotors, and they only do that when we have less than, I think, 100 meters. And so when it detects a vehicle being put on top of it, it will do that. Once they connect, these will go up and they'll protect you from falling overboard. And the lights come on too. You'll notice the lights are dim right now. Let's get up there. So this is the this is equipment lockers in here. You actually notice this thing is my winch for my crane that comes out. This is modular. You can connect different modules to that crane. Crane's pretty cool. That's why I'm glad I want to get back into this. Let's go up. Next is the kind of the crew hangout area. So pool table, TVs, couches. You come out back here. There is you're between the stacks. This is how you get up on the crane. Crane is has a nice cool, um, cool little bug canopy there, but the crane is really good. We have 2 rescue boats here. We have the lifeboat. So if you have really super duper heavy seas, you take this. This one will not roll over. If it does, it's completely sealed. It rolls itself back up. It's a good rescue boat. This one is a man overboard boat. This one is just kind of a crappy. If somebody fell overboard, you take this one out. Go back in. And let's go up. We'll take Triton out for a minute. So I think this this Johnny is going to be too big. So let's go. Infinite electricity's on. Okay. So we're up and running. The engines are pretty quiet. Let's go 0 bow thruster, 0 thrust. So currently you notice my bow is too far to port. So we're going to go bow thruster to starboard. So we'll start thrusting our bow to the right. I'm going to my engines, you'll notice bow thrust is working. My engines are synced to port, so I only have to control port. And I have the sound turned down. Thought it was quiet. Triton's not that quiet. I need to do some sort of exhaust deletion. I kind of like it. It makes it easy to find it. Notice my radar is spinning like a madman. Let's go ahead and we'll put up the antenna. But it'll be fun to get Triton back in the game. So there's Triton's antenna going up. Let me just try to quickly read through some chat here. Yeah, some people want to turn it into Call of Duty, combat shooter. Yeah, like for example, there's no better shooter game to me than Tarkov, and I've really been enjoying BattleBit. I've been streaming that a little bit now and again, playing. If I play with my brother, I like to we just kind of, you know, like to kind of shoot the breeze. So I don't like streaming that too much. I stream it by myself or some of my other friends. But that's been fun. But it's like there are better combat games. Like this is a good engineering game. So what is this fun to do with weapons? In my opinion, is you build a cool jet, you build a cool, you know, sub, and you go attack them. But yeah, like you're saying, they want to make it turn into Call of Duty, and it's like, it's good. Like, it's fun to build your own vehicle, but like, you get people who, they don't build anything, and they still want to do that. And, you know, again, I don't understand it, but I don't poo-poo in their fun. But again, you know, they shouldn't monopolize the fun either. You know, and I'm glad the devs kind of, you know, spread the love around a little bit. Yeah, you know, I like animals too much to shoot the animals, but I'm perfectly happy with them having some sort of hunting mechanic in there. See, this is my I don't like building any hype or anything. This is my hypothesis. I won't name who it was, but you know, she was good at going in and seeing what they're working on. It's all public stuff. You can just go on Steam and actually see some of their internal work logs or whatever. But she could tell they were working on Industrial Frontier months, like 6 months before they announced it. And so she knew that there was going to be an arid biome. There were things in the files for an arid biome. She was looking through all that stuff. She could figure it out. And so they're working on these things years before we see them. And that's how every design dev studio has to do it. It has to be years before. So a lot of people have been like, oh, more stupid animals that I'm just going to turn off. More, you know, oh, that's what we needed, more animals. Dude, I guarantee you they have a plan for the animals. People have been asking for some sort of farming, animal husbandry. It would not surprise me if you got, hey, there's danger, right? We have a dangerous crocodile now. We have a dangerous bear. I have gotten missions where the bear is attacking the people you're supposed to be rescuing. We have in some other dangerous animals now, right? It wouldn't surprise me if there was something like, you know, there's a mountain lion on the loose that attacks 3 people. You have to go tranquilize it, or, you know, kill it. I would rather tranquilize it, but tranquilize it and bring it to X place. And so you know, you have a new gun called the trank gun. You trank this this mountain lion. You then drag the mountain lion on, put him in a seat or in a crate, right? Let's say they bring in a new block called an animal crate, and it's a crate that you click on it, you take them and you press E to put them in it, and now it just switches it to a picture of now, or you know, it changes it. It despawns the mountain lion you had, and it puts a mountain lion that's now unconscious in the crate. And then you load that crate onto your plane, ship, whatever, and you have to transport it to the zoo, you know, or whatever. You know, that would be a cool thing. So I would say it is likely, in my opinion, that they're working on something. Who knows if it's going to come anytime soon for these animals. That would be why I think they have so many animal things going on right now, is that they're actually planning on something with the animals. So that's kind of my thought. I think they're going to do fishing. I think that's what the DLC is. That's my guess. But they are way ahead of this stuff then. You know, for example, people were crying and complaining when they got rid of the old school filter. The old school filter was a magic filter. It was a magic 1x2 pipe that would magically, through no science, get rid of, it would magically delete anything that was not that thing you wanted, right? And it would just magically put in what you wanted, right? So they started, you know, kind of getting away from that back with desalinization, right? That allowed you to take salt water and filter into fresh water. All right. So that was that. And then they added distillation, where you have to actually make a proper distillation tower in order to get the distillate out, either diesel or jet fuel. All right. They added in slurry. You need to be able. We don't have filter for slurry. Then they changed the filters, right, from doing all that magic to now they only do gases or liquids. And then what did they ask us, the community? Hey guys, we're thinking about adding compressible gases. What do you think? That's what I would call a cover your ass. In my opinion, they had already started it. They were so sick of getting burned by people getting pissed off saying nobody asked for this. What did they do? They said, okay, nobody asked for this. They have the feature request. They know people asked for this. And so what they did was they said, let's go to the community. Let's ask them one of the updates. Let's get a ton of people to say, yes, we want pressurized gases. And then when people complain, we'll be like, hey, we asked, and look at all these hundreds of people who asked for compressed gases. And so I think and then they added the system to clean the oil, and people will go, who asked for this? It's part of a bigger plan. You know, I think a lot of people are acting like they are flying by the seat of their pants. They're not. You know, it might seem like that at sometimes because they're extra secretive and quiet, because one thing they don't want to do is build up hype. Hey, we're going to put this thing in the game and then have to do what Star Citizen should have done a long time ago and said, no, man, we can't do it. We tried it. It's just not feasible, man. We're not going to put it in the game, because if they ever say something might come to the game, people take it as gospel. You know, and so I think they're doing something smart. It sucks that they have to do this, but they're doing something smart. They're saying, hey, man, people are going to take it as gospel if we say that this is going in the game 100%. So we're not going to say it until we're pretty sure it's coming out next week, you know. And so I think they're going to do something with the animals. They've been pushing animals out like crazy. Why? Right? There's no use for animals right now, but I think there will be. That's my guess. And they started working on changing the filter system, and I just named off 10 new parts they've pretty much come out with. There's probably more parts, man. Right? We're doing pressurization systems. They've talked about a bunch of parts with those. So I think they have some longer-term plans that we don't know anything about. Remember that, you know, they came out with the studio plan last week. People freaked out because a couple YouTubers, and I at the time was trying to kill their nonsense. They read something in the dev diary that they thought, oh, they're stopping any updates in the games. The devs never said that. The devs clearly, in my opinion, clearly said they're doing the first steps on a new game. You know, every studio like Rockstar, they've been working on the latest Grand Theft Auto for probably 10 years, 15 years. All right, they have somebody on their team who stops working on X. They're done. X no longer exists. And so guess what Rockstar does? They say, okay, instead of, if they didn't fire the person, if they laid the person off, yeah, they're gone. But a lot of those people they don't lay off. Why? Because what do? They put them on their next game that nobody knows about. They already have that person sign an NDA, so they can't talk about it, and they just put them on the next game. And so, of course, these devs are thinking about the new first steps for the next game, you know, and people took it as they're not doing this game anymore, and so they came out a couple times clearly stating, we have multiple major updates planned for 2024. All right, the devs have said we get a major update every 3 to 4 months. So at the earliest, expect that they have already planned up to the point of announcing updates for this game into June 2024, right? And likely more. And I think they even said in this latest studio update they might even be far into 2024. So they're already talking about far into 2024. You know, which I think it's good they're talking about this. So of course they're working on some things we don't see. But let me read some more chat here. What kind of vehicle should you use a flywheel? And sorry, I know I'm late on some of this chat. I've been kind of getting into sidetracks. Flywheel is best for boats, trucks, trains. That's what you want a flywheel. What does a flywheel do? It's conservation of energy. An object at rest wants to stay at rest. An object in motion wants to stay in motion. So a truck. I used to drive big tractor trailers. You wanted a big, heavy flywheel in a tractor trailer. Why? So when you let off the clutch and you're pulling 80,000 pounds behind you, you have that force, right? Force is mass times acceleration. You have that heavy mass of that flywheel helping you to pull that 80,000 pounds and not stall the engine. You don't want a big heavy flywheel in a race car. Why? You want to be able to quickly slam on the brakes to go into turn one. And then you want to hammer on the throttle to go out, out at the apex on turn one into turn two. So you want to be able to be very dynamic. You want to be able to change your speed very quickly, right? So the object in motion, it doesn't want to change speed, but because you don't have a lot of mass, it's easy for you to change speed. And so for a race car, you want to be able to have no flywheel and easily change speed. You want to go fast, you want to go slow. You want to go fast, you want to go slow. Turn in, power up. Slow down, into the turn, power out of the turn. So you don't want a flywheel for that. But a truck, right, you want to be able to get that 80,000 pounds moving. So what do? You rev up the engine. It takes a little while for the engine to rev up. You get that flywheel moving. That has a lot of force because it has a lot of mass. And guess what? You let off the clutch, and because you have so much force because of the mass of the flywheel, it allows you to pull 80,000 pounds and not stall. All right, ship, same thing. Look at Triton. Triton's been going 18 knots for the last however long we've been moving. Triton has enormous flywheels. Why do we want Triton to have flywheels? Because I'm going to be going 18 knots for potentially, if I go up to the Arctic, hours, right? So Triton does not need to change the speed of the ship or the engines very often. So why do I have these flywheels? Because I want to conserve that energy. I want this big heavy flywheel to conserve my energy. That's why I have flywheels on a ship. Why do I not want them in pretty much anything else? Because I want dynamism. I want to be able to change speed quickly. I always talk about you definitely do not want big flywheels in an airplane. Why? Let's say you're coming into land, right? You're coming in at 60 knots. Your stall speed is 55. Stall really isn't a speed, but let's say stall is a speed for this argument. Let's say your stall speed is 55 knots in that configuration. You have gusty winds, right? So you have a 5-knot headwind, and boom, it gusts. It turns into a 5-knot tailwind. Now you're at 55. Guess what? You're stalling. So you want to be able to quickly jam in a ton of power so you don't smash and hit the ground. So you need that engine to be able to change speed quickly. So in an airplane, you do not want a flywheel. You want to be able to very quickly change your speed. I talk about how you should be setting up your propellers a lot in planes. The reason why you should be setting up your propellers at low pitch, high RPM when you're coming in for takeoff or landing, think of your propeller as a flywheel. It's the same thing as a flywheel. If it has a very strong blade pitch, it's not going to be able to change speed very quickly. It will have a lot of drag, but you're not going to be able to rev up really fast because you're having to move a ton of air. You have a lot of resistance. By having a very thin blade pitch, you can very easily keep that engine screaming at 30 RPS, and you can change, okay, we're going fast, we're going slow, we're going fast, we're going slow, we're going fast, we're going slow. And in some of my planes, I actually make the blade pitch so small, my stall airplane, if I go full throttle, say I'm going, I don't even know what it is, 30 RPS, right? And the prop is probably turning 9 times that, some insane RPS, like 180 RPS. I think my prop on my stall airplane goes like 180 RPS, right? I have like a 0.1 blade pitch on there. And the reason is I can very easily change that speed. And even at full throttle, I only go like 80 knots. And the whole point of that is I need to be able to quickly change my speed so I don't stall and hit the ground and crash. And so that's why you don't want flywheels in airplanes. So flywheel is best for applications where you're going to be staying at the same speed or you need a lot of oomph to get going. And so that's trains, boats that are going to be traveling the same speed. You want a speedboat? Nope. You want to be able to change your speed very quickly. Triton has been staying at 18 knots the entire time. We want that flywheel. All right, so that's what you want. You want it in things that want to stay at speed. A truck, yep. You're going to be going 65 on the highway for, you know, the next 6 hours. Yep, you want a big flywheel. You want a race car? Nope, because what are you doing? Fast, slow, no flywheel. So hopefully that, does that answer your question there, Oceanic? Yeah. Yeah, it's Oceanic talking about Star Citizen. Yeah, they said I was kind of annoyed. The Hull C is my favorite ship. Again, I'm a transport logistics guy. I wanted the Hull C. And they said it was coming soon, very soon in 2018. They showed it almost done. I bought it. I spent a bunch of money on it. It's my favorite ship. I've been waiting, you know. The game was already 2 years late at that time. And I bought this ship. And right after the sale ended, they said, nope, it's delayed for a year. And guess what? It is 7 years later. No, it isn't. What was it, 2018? Yeah, so it's 5 years later. 5 years later, and it might come out the next patch. Maybe. And certainly not completed, you know, in any complete state. So that's why I'm a little bit pissy with Star System. VR game called Triton Drowned, where you have to escape a giant research. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. I have a Vive. I did get Flight Sim 2. I started doing it, and ATC was giving me bad commands, and I knew more than ATC in game, and so I started getting annoyed. So I plan on doing some Flight Sim. I need to get brushed up on my instrument stuff. Yeah, that's a cool video of me landing Triton. That's why I have that capture system. I have it at one of my bases. You can watch some of those videos in Career Build series of Triton. I love Triton. That's why it's coming back. Is the helipad's super cool, man. I have 3 vehicles that already work with this helipad. Notice I didn't show you this, guys, before. Remember how these were tilted? Notice how they're straight. That's because the distance sensor doesn't have anything above it, so they automatically tilt. But Triton can hold 5 containers. It can self-load 5 containers, so it can go do containers. Let me show you something I meant to show you. So see the rudders? They're hard over, so they're just wing segments. I'll show you those. I'll show you the rudder controls, or the simulated rudder control system. So this is how they do it on real ships. They'll have hydraulics, and then they do drag links. And so you notice this one is compressed, it's pulling this rudder this direction, and this one's pushing this rudder out, so that simulates the rudder control system. And then you'd have a big stanchion in the middle to keep it you know, bolted. But yeah, this is one of those ships that's like, once you get this thing up and running, you don't want to have to go shut it down. The nice thing is, for example, I can control engines from the bridge. And I turned on the auto, the harbor generators. They're automatic. So say, for example, if I take off infinite electricity and I try to burn up as much electricity as I can. What's that? Desired water line. So like I can change the height of the ship in the water. So for example, right now we have 42,000 liters of water in the port ballast. In the port bow ballast. That's one ballast tank of 4. Port stern has 32,000, so the port side I have 74,000 liters of water in it. And they're in there, but that's just not reading. As you see, it's about the same. So I have 140,000 liters of water in this as ballast to maintain that water line. As I burn fuel, I add more water. Let's go through. Yeah, it would be cool if subs had to generate auctions. Some people are hyping themselves up for that with the new pressurization update. I would love that. I think the devs should add it. We will see. It should be easy to do, right? One, you can store. You're going to be able to pressurize and store air in tanks. They don't need to make it as crazy as oxygen, but they could just make it quote-unquote air. The other thing I would love them to add in game is this. You go over a certain altitude, the air thins. You could do it the same as down below water. Just make the air thinner, and then guess what? We have pressurized gases. You'd have to seal all of your airplanes unless you do this. One, they could do it as a slow leak, so that the way that the heater works is, for example, I think this ship might have one heater on it, maybe two. I think this ship has two heaters on it, and that encompasses the whole space of the ship. So what you could do is have a pressurization block, and it would be, or like, say, like an airplane pressurization block, or you could just, because I'm trying to do it so you wouldn't have to seal your ship, your plane, completely seal it, because people want to have custom access doors and everything else. And so essentially what you'd do is you would either put people on oxygen, which isn't necessarily feasible, or what you would do is you would you'd be pumping air in there, and it would have a fall off. So let's say you put a fluid port and you're pumping air in there. Let's say it falls off naturally at 20 blocks. So for every 20 circular blocks, 20 block radius, wouldn't be radius, it'd be yeah, radius. Let's say a 20 block radius. What the hell's it doing? I don't know what Triton's doing, but let's say it's a 20 block radius from the fluid port, it would start to lose that oxygen. So that would allow you to pressurize your planes. So if you go up high altitude, maybe they cut their air resistance down. I know this is asking for a lot now, but you would, so the benefit is you cut down air resistance. The drawback is you really need high compression. So you'd need turbochargers. That's the whole point of a turbocharger or a supercharger in an airplane, is to go up to high altitude where the air is thin. It's less resistance, it's easier to push through, but you have to compress it to use it. So jet engines wouldn't be affected. You'd have to supercharge or turbocharge or super turbo your airplane engines. So that'd be kind of cool. You know, the other thing they could do is they already have the desalinization block. It would be kind of cool if you could take water, split it into hydrogen. I would love to see hydrogen. Take water, split it into hydrogen. You now have a usable fuel, a nice green usable fuel, right? It would be a good thing to go against the the oil disasters, is putting hydrogen in game. So you'd have a good usable fuel there, and then the other byproduct would be oxygen. So you would be able to take the oxygen and use it. So you could use that for things. Would be kind of cool. See, I'm just catching up in chat again. Yeah, sleeping mountain lion wouldn't be smart because it would wake up next to you. Yeah, I think the animals had life. One thing I noticed in one of my career build series videos, a lot of people have been complaining about especially the arid biome looks kind of dead, because on the mainland here, as you can see, we have trees. And so, like, they've been asking for, like, scrub brush. One thing I noticed is I have the animals turned on, so the bison were actually kind of cool. The bison was, they were making it so there were little things on the ground, and they made it so that it looked more engaging. And so it would be cool to have scrub brush, but the bison's kind of doing that too. So it wouldn't surprise me if they have some sort of farming thing in mind at some point, and maybe you trank a dangerous animal. That would kind of keep the gun shoot 'em up crowd happy. You have to trank, or you have to even kill. I'm not all that interested in killing animals, but you have to track them and you can transport them. That would be kind of fun. Oh, the dog carrying the pistol. Yeah, it's an American dog. Yeah. Yeah, that's neat. Stuff like that would be kind of cool. Like, dude, you know, I'm a huge animal sucker. It's like one of the reasons why I started playing Ark again was having all sorts of pets and having and I get super annoyed when they die. And it would be kind of cool, like, you know, people have been asking for farming. Well, we already have cows. We already have horses. Like I said, I am not surprised. I would not be surprised if they have some very long-term goals here, that one of them is going to be farming, where, guess what? You go out, you trank, or you whistle, or you coax, or you grab a piece of wheat, like a Minecraft. So, oh, emergency, zero thrust. So I always put that on all my vehicles, 0 thrust. Now, a real one would have momentum, and I'd have to bang it in reverse. But one thing you do have to worry about with a flywheel. So I zeroed my thrust. Notice those big, heavy, giant propellers are still rotating a little bit. It will take you a second to go into reverse because you'll stall your engine. Because you have to get those moving backwards, and they'll steal enough power off your engine. So here we go. Going into reverse now. So I'm going to go bow thruster port and stern thruster out like this. And I'm going to zero my thrust. And now I just have my thrusters going. So I have a stern thruster there. I have a bow thruster right there. And so we can rotate Triton. And now we want to go, I actually want to desync, and I want to bring them in separately. So let's go bow thruster, stern. And so I'm just coming in on one screw, we zero it out, and we come in on the starboard screw. So you could actually do some realistic docking in games. So now I'm turning with my starboard screw. My rudders are midship. We're going to go 0 thrust. And now I'm going to come in on my thrusters. And I'm going to come in on my port thruster. So that's going to help to, it's going to turn my bow, but it's also going to push me in towards the dock. My stern is already being dragged in with the thruster, so I am pushing up my port. So these are all real things you can learn how to maneuver your ship. I'm going to straighten my rudders because I want them straight. So this is actually my rudder indicator right there. I can check it 0. So I'd usually do, on my large ships, I do sticky for these types of maneuvering. All right, we're getting too close to this area of high center there, so I don't want that. So we're going to zero out. And I'm going to come back on starboard. That's going to pull my bow towards the dock there. So all I'm doing is twisting my ship now. So pulling the... and I'm going to come up on port now that we're clear of that obstacle. And you can see we're starting to come in and dock. And we're going to zero out again. Bow, stern, thrusters coming in. And I'm getting a little too close to that spot there. I'm going to come back on starboard. So we're just walking it in. So you can actually learn some good maneuvering with the ships in game. They're kind of fun to learn with. So there's my starboard. As you see, it's pulling my bow that way. And bingo, we're in. And we're in. So that is docking a very large ship using realistic methods. So not too shabby. Pretty, you know, it's fun kind of, you know, a lot of people are just like so enamored with automation. I think it's a modern thing. People, you know, far younger than I. But, you know, I think it's so much more fun when you actually have to, like, do some of the stuff yourself, man. Like, I enjoy, like, this is an enormous ship, you know, coming in and docking beautifully and not hitting anything. Let me show you the anchors. The anchors are kind of cool. So, like, you see I'm starting to go into slow mode. I almost never go into slow mode. My PC is good enough, but Triton close to a base, especially with all these cargo containers, tends to bring it out. What was I going to do? My poor brain's forgetting what the hell I was going to do. Oh, anchors. So, I'm trying to think how I can show you the anchors. So I'll shut my engines off here. Helm systems. Where is anchors? Anchors right here, I think. Nope. Anchors. Okay, so watch the anchors. So there goes the anchor. And here comes the anchor getting pulled up. Just using, I like those. Those are fun. And we have anchors on this side. That's kind of fun having, you can just use those track. I'll show you how I do those for anyone interested. And then I have sonar is somebody else's sonar. This system, I really like their system. I'll credit them here in a second. But so the way the anchors work is, so I pretty much could. The problem is it's one button in the editor and it's another. So see these? You can make the tracks go through blocks because they actually don't have a collision. And so you just put a block through there, and you just put the tank pieces in. And you just heard that engine start. Those are my harbor generators. They're up and running. So let's see which one's run. I think one of them comes on at a certain battery, and then the other one will come on if it gets even lower than that. So let me see. So this one, is this one on? This one's on. I don't know if they both come on or not. I can't remember. Yeah, they're both on. So both my harbor generators will automatically come on, and these engines are off now. So when I park it, my small generators do all the power, and then when I'm moving, these go, and these will automatically, like, if I'm using an enormous amount of electricity as I'm underway, these will also still come on, but that's very rare. And then breakers, I can come in here and isolate systems. Anything I want, they're all in here. What do they have? Are they 8s now? I think they're 8s. I think I upped them to 8s. So these are my PAT motors here. And then this is that, this here, I can take this panel off, and that's just for RP. If I needed to pull a cylinder head, you would pull a cylinder and then put it up through the hole. So, but this will be fun to get back into Triton. I'd like to get this. This thing will never be finished. It's enormous, man. But it'll be nice to get through. I'll show you the crane a little bit for those who have not seen Triton. Let's see. I've yet to have a wyvern or any sort of dragon. I would like to get that. That was kind of my goal, but I never got to it. It'd be kind of cool to get back in Ark a little bit. Yeah, automation. Too much automation. Like listen. Again, play the game how you want. But I see a lot of people. They'll say, oh, I like it when you sit in a seat of a vehicle and it turns on, and then the first thing they do is autopilot's on, and they type in the coordinates, and it flies them there, and they're a passenger, and then the next words out of their mouth is, I'm bored. It's like, of course you're bored. You're a passenger, Like, that was very engaging to me. That was fun to me, and it might not be for you, but for me, that was engaging, actually sitting here and docking this. Like, I had to, okay, I have to think about it. So I have to think, okay, I want to twist my ship. So you think about it. You're actually like, it's like you're pulling on your hips, and your hips are the back corners of your boat because that's where the propellers are. So it's as though I took my hands and I grabbed onto the two hips of the back of Triton. And so when I put the right screw in reverse and I leave the port screw idle, I'm pulling on my right hip. So what's going to happen? It's going to cause my ship, it's going to cause the bow to twist towards the dock, but it's also going to cause the stern to push away from the dock, because it's like if I pulled in that corner. Well, if I do both of them, it's now like I'm grabbing both hips. So I'm no longer going to slide it off to the side, but I'm going to just twist the bow. And so that's how I twist it. So if I want to twist the bow, and so for right now, if I want to pull that bow in, I could either do bow thruster, or I could come back on starboard and push up port, and we twist right in. And so it's like stuff like that. That's so much more fun to me than doing like some automated crap. And it's like, I understand it. Like, it can be tedious at times, but it's like sometimes people who like are very easily bored, it's like, try something different. Maybe you won't like it, but try to do a little bit manually. Is this thing not working? Why is my crane not working? I don't know. I haven't touched this in a while, so the second boom doesn't want to go out. But this has okay, that's rotation. I don't know why the other boom isn't working right now. Might be stuck. But anyways, this crane can reach like past the lights and pick up a container, and this thing barely tips because of that huge counterweight. Up there it is. It just unlocked. It was having a brain fart for a second there. But I have a portable. I have like an expandable container grabber, and so this can reach all the way out to. It's choking on exhaust right now, I think. I need to fix the exhaust system. But this can reach all the way out here and grab containers and fill itself and unload itself, so that's kind of fun. And I can load in a vehicle to unload in the bay for Sawyer South, which is the only place you can't really load something. But yeah, with a good counterweight system, you can load it like this. I have a I'll put it in the chat. I have a video of me loading Triton. It's actually a pretty popular video. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? Actually, I have a couple of me. This one I load the excavator on a Triton. So I'll put both of them on there. Come on, YouTube, why are you acting so slow? Come on, there we go. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Why? All right, so there's gonna be a little. It's working fine. It was me pressing the wrong button. So here is one of me loading the excavator on Triton, and I'll find the other one. I think this was before I called it Triton. I think it was back when it was still called the home ship. That's kind of home ship is kind of just, you know, the name for the type of ship I use. It's kind of a home away from home that you can go out and do missions. And so those are the two loading videos. I'm just reading some chat. Yeah, I've actually never left the island. You know, I went back when I started playing Ark again. I went back to the island. I'm just used to it, so I kind of want to get my bearings, and then I want to load in some of my creatures in there. I suggest flying low with the snow owl. That's neat. Yeah, I haven't got to that yet. I would love to get some of those creatures going. Get to some different islands. Crane arms. We just got in a Triton here. But yeah, so as you can see, Triton can like grab from there and load itself, so it's really versatile for that. Then I love loading up the Cormorant. The Cormorant's the seaplane, and you can just that's what that black module is on there, just hardpoint to hardpoint. And so this is for loading. Say the Cormorant is it lands next to Triton, and then they stop, and you just pick it up and put it on the helipad. But both the Hummingbird and I'm forgetting the names of all my stuff. Katydid can land on Triton and use the locking system. As you notice, the appendage at the end there, it always points down. That uses a tilt sensor, and it just a tilt sensor and a PID controls that, and it always points down, so that it makes it so much easier to load containers. If it was free swinging, it would just like take you double the time. And then the crane stows and hooks here so that it doesn't flippity flop. But you know, again, I highly applaud the devs for the hard points. That was one of the best additions to the game, I think, was the hard points. The whole point is that they allow you to connect things from the editor. So like those connect from the editor, and they're good. And they work. I would love a hydraulics pass would be really nice. Hydraulics would be nice to see in game. Quickly grab Katydid. I'm curious. I'm thinking this pad is going to be way too big for the new VTOL. I don't think it's going to be able to fit on there. I'll get a length here. Let's check the. Let's get a length on this. This is pretty long. Do pinky block measure. What are we talking to there? That is 69 blocks giggity long. It always is. I don't plan on it, but it always is. Katydid. What is Katydid's got to be a lot shorter than that. So Katydid was built for Triton. The Katydid is like 38 blocks long. The rotors don't count, so that thing's considerably longer than Katy. Hummingbird will fit on the pad. The game's getting good slowdown. I really like Katydid's multi-tier setup. That was kind of built after the Transavia. That was the plane from Mad Max. All right, power. Yeah, Transavia had this kind of higher cockpit, and then it had seating, and also did crop dusting from the back. Yeah, that's fine. Trailer's fine. Asking about the challenge. And then we want to go... nope, not prop pitch. Flight, okay, flight RPS, we have green light, we're good to go. But Katydid, I love Katydid. I might start bringing some of these things back. I like building new stuff, but every once in a while I like to bring in some of these builds. The problem is I start a new career build series. I don't want to use too much of my old stuff. You know, I want to build some new stuff, and then I miss some of the old stuff, so that's one of the reasons Triton's coming back in, is we're definitely missing Triton. Triton was a lot of work. I don't want to put Triton to bed. So what you do here is, let's see, strobes, nav beacon spots, I don't need that. So we have this camera here, and we do the detached coupling is off. Detached coupling is just for disconnecting from the landing pad. So I also put this in my land base on the helipad for the land base. It also has this grapple system. So if the wind is up, you can grapple and it locks you to the pad. Then if I turn on autopilot, that will turn on the auto hover. And then I'm going to look at the wind's calm, so I can do it. If the wind is up, I'll use the heading hold on the autopilot, and that will hold my heading. And I also have I think I can auto land to a certain extent, because what I have is the ability to put in the GPS coordinates of the landing pad. And that uses the bearing system. So it actually reads the GPS coordinates of the landing pad, and it tries to get to that center section. So as you notice, as I come over it, see how it lit up, and watch those, see those barricades are going to drop. And so now I can see the red circle, or the red, it's a red target. And the target will only light up when I'm right over it. So see how things are lighting up? So I have to get right over it. So this allows me to land on at night. Up, hit the side, hit the side, hit the side. We're in the drink. I knew that was going to happen. I'm rusty. But yeah, that's the whole point, is Katie can come in and land on the pad. It looks shameful after you guys watched that video of me landing in heavy seas. I came in and I got my wheel stuck on something. But you just notice that lights everything up and drops the barricades. Yep, it's fine. The rules are, listen, if it's not one of the rules, I understand asking, but if it doesn't say you can't do it, it's in the rules. You know, you're not going to be rated. I'm not going to grade the trailer. I'm going to be graded on the vehicle. That's what it is. But there's no rule that says you can't have dualies. There's no rule that says you can't have trailers. You have to use the required stock parts. It has to be of era of 1950s. If it's not, it's going to lose points. But it's pretty simple for a reason, is to give people some creative license. So let's see. I'm going to end up the stream here in a minute. Open up Wordle so I can do that. Yeah, that was kind of expected that as soon as I hit the side railing, kind of expected to go over. It's a little bit. Let's look at F1. I'm down at 43 FPS logic. That's kind of causing some of the problems. That's part of the issue. You know, if we're close to a base here, Triton will start to lag stuff out. I have these running, so it's still not too bad, but it's that was causing me to lose frames, and I was a little bit sluggish on controls because of it. So let's shut these off. So those will auto grab once I deselect them, but those are off now. But yeah, so I can go up here on the roof, as you can see. So I like Triton. Triton's a cool ship. I'll just show off the last couple things. So this system, let me find who made this system. Unfortunately, it's old now, and it's tough sometimes with old equipment to keep it running. So let's see. I'm trying to find who made this. That was kind of the system I used for a lot of my large ships. It is the 1AM2V6 Mod 1 situational awareness system by KTGS9437. It is from July 3rd, 2021. So it's starting to get, it's over 2 years old now. And so it's starting to have some issues. And I don't think they've updated it since. Let me look really quick. I have it up still. I'm going to see when the last time they updated it was. Let's see. Last change note was July 3rd, 2021. So they haven't touched it since then. So there are some issues, and the devs have changed a lot. But it's really cool because it's multi-page. So for example, one of the reasons I use this system is I don't enter in, you can enter in the waypoints, but I do it by this. I add the waypoints via click here. And I've also tuned this system to work with my autopilots. And so if I add that there and then you zoom out, you'll notice that it I plot my course via the map, which I like. And then the panels are reversionary, so I can do it, I can use them on either screen, so I can power the radar on. This sometimes causes issues, so this is the old radar that they have on there. Was that LiDAR? That's lock. And map, there's the map, radar. Let's see, cameras. So I have my water hose, so this is my water cannon. And so I like this panel because I've hooked it up so I can use my water cannons with this system. And then one of these turns on the water pumps. There it is. So you can see I have quite powerful water cannons on this. So I have 2 of them. And they operate 180 arcs forward, maybe? I think they operate 180 arc forwards. So I pretty much have to keep it in the forward 180 arcs, but I can put out big fires with this, and I can use the monitors. That's one of the reasons I use this system still. The LiDAR, that's the other one. So that's the starboard one over there. I can control it on both screens going through the, where is it? I can go to camera, and then I can walk through the cameras. I could go to my starboard one here. And then I have to disconnect. And then if I reset, so press N, shuts off the water. This does how powerful the water is, and then R resets them, I think. Maybe. I forget. It's up, down, left, right, and then go to radar. Could do. I'm trying to find how to do LiDAR. Okay, that's the different radar modes. Radar on, and then there was LiDAR, but I forget. LiDAR was causing bugs. So this is the LiDAR here. That, I think, is a problematic system right now. So maybe I disconnected it because it was freezing the game up with the LiDAR. But that's why I like using this person's system, is I put my water cannons on this, so it's pretty easy to use. So that's why I do it. But these are just all engine instruments here. But yep, so let's go ahead. I'm going to despawn this stuff. Yes, I think I'm going to end up there. This was fun getting into that VTOL. The VTOL is working well. Needs a little bit of TLC, mostly panel work. I'll spare everybody the panel work. It's just literally, most of me doing panel work is, I think we're pretty good on that. Got to talk about that VTOL really quick and then I'll end. Let's see. All right, let's grab the VTOL. Yes, the VTOL is working really well. It's you know, between 250, 260 knots, which is nice. That's a good speed for going and doing things quickly. It's stable, transitions. It should have plenty of power because, you know, I'm only rotating these at 60 and it disconnects. Does it disconnect? Yeah, it disconnects the ducted fan. So I'll show you this really quick. The work I did in here, just gonna right here, I need to cut there. So this was a pain. So it goes, so I have 2 turbines here. So this gives you the best efficiency for power, is running 2 turbines. So run 2 turbines, they go in here. to a 3-to-1. The 3-to-1 goes out to a clutch and then a generator. So that's my generator for making electricity. And then it comes down here and it powers the rotors. And then it continues on. It goes through a 5-2, which bumps up the RPS on this ducted fan very high. That's clutched. So when I'm running rotors, the ducted fan is completely disconnected. And so that means that I'm only using a 3-to-1 here to run the props. So that gives me plenty of power to lift things if I needed to lift heavy stuff. No problem there. Once I start adding ducted fan, I start losing a bunch of power off these because it will decrease my RPS a little bit. I start to overload the system. So I have to come off of the ducted fan. What I did when I did that landing, if you guys were watching, was I came in with the duct. I intended to land like a plane. So I left the ducted fan clutch at 100% or at 89% where it stays. And I started coming back on power to slow down instead of clutch to slow down, which is how you naturally do it. But then I wanted to land vertically. Well, I didn't have enough power of my engines to do the prop. So what I need to do is come in like an airplane for a stall landing, a short takeoff and a short landing. And what I need to do is keep the fan clutch at 100 at max, and yeah, keep that at keep the engine at max and reduce the fan to slow down. So I have to kind of come in a little bit weird, and so that will allow these to have enough power that I can actually come in and land at 10 knots if I wanted to, because the engines are still spooled up. So I need to leave the engine spooled up, which is a little unnatural to me as a fixed-wing guy. But yeah, so all right, guys, I think I'll leave you there. That was fun. I enjoyed getting into this. I really wanted to craft. I've been struggling trying to get motivated to do a career build series, and it's because I didn't have anything to really do some of these rescues that I was really feeling. I had this helicopter. It's good. It's fun. I enjoy it, but it is. I just like, I have a natural aversion to helicopters, but this one is, dude, this goes 263 knots. It burns diesel. It's super efficient. It's a great helicopter. What I started doing, the reason why I wasn't really working on this too much is, if you look at Katydid has the system I want to put in this, essentially. And so Katydid, I have two of these rescue harnesses. One comes down outside, and the other one comes down through the floor. And I ride down on the floor, and I need to ride through this one because this one has all of the controls for the winches. So I control it from here. So what I do is put this on autopilot, let it hover. I put a person in this life ring. I get in this life ring. We both go up. When I get to the top, I close this door, I jump off of it, and I'm standing on the door. I then grab them because they're floating in the air, put them in a seat, then I take both down again. And so I need to do that with this helicopter to make it usable. And so I'm going to do something similar but different with my new VTOL. I'm going to probably go off the end. And so this one, I added a winch here, and I need to add a winch in here and a floor port, and that way I can do rescues with this. But I have all my microcontrollers are in the ceiling here, so I got to move some crap around. And then the VTOL is probably going to get this treatment. The VTOL, what I'll probably do is I'll put a couple linear tracks coming in here, maybe one here and one here. And they will come, so when this door is open, they'll go past the door, because the door will sit here when it comes down, and you'll be able to go past the door out into this appendage, and the two winches will lower myself down and then the empty life ring. This will auto hover above using the same system as Katydid, so that's all built. I just need to port it in. I actually have taken Katydid systems. And Katydid systems, okay, I don't know where they are. I ripped off Katydid systems. Here they are. I started pulling them out so I can easily grab them. And that will, you can see, I ripped it all apart to get systems out. And so I'll be able to port that in. And that has the station keeping, which it auto hovers over GPS point. And so, for example, you get a rescue mission, even in heavy weather, it will be able to keep position. And I can go down on the winches. I can swim out to the person, grab them even in really bad condition because I want to go up to the Arctic. I need a good, stable platform for that. And then I can go up with the person, put them in a seat, go down again. I can do, say, 6 of them. This thing will just hover there, burning an inordinate amount of jet fuel, and then, and then go and deposit them. So I needed this to go up to the Arctic. I'm starting, I talked about it earlier in the live stream, I really want to buy this island. And so it'd be cool is I'll be able to, it's actually not too far, I'll be able to fly a airplane over here, land. I'm going to put a helipad with that locking system here up top. You'll land there. There'll be a house probably midsection, maybe a little living area here, and then you'll be able to launch ships here. So this will be our new base, and we'll get missions around here. So probably get more Ring of Fire missions, and we'll kind of make that our new home of operations. So this is, somebody was talking about they like to play in custom. This is why I play career. Money is, money constraints are important. What the hell does Triton? I don't know what Triton costs like almost 400,000. Plus, I need all the diesel to fill it. So, like I said, Triton takes like 150,000 liters of diesel. It could. That was something I was thinking of. I actually did some quick looking to see if I could land the stall airplane there. I would love to have a runway. That is actually in the plans. I don't think I even need an arrestor system. We'll see. But let's see. So it's actually pretty, it's not enormous, but it's pretty big. Let's do this. So where is the, I need to start, where's the start position? I forget how you put a start position here. How the hell? It should, okay, I think I have to start new. Okay, new. So new, I get my central block, and then let's do a quick measure, see. So there is, so let's say we did that runway, and we go max length there. This should be able to, I should be able to land a stall plane in here. So this would be kind of cool. I might, put a arrestor system and a catapult. That would be kind of cool. So these are the things that a lot of people like, somebody in the comments said they didn't even know about, the ability to build land bases. There's a lot to this game that, and this is where I get late game, is when I start getting late career build series, I'm like, okay, I have 500 grand. A lot of people get bored. What do you use that money for? Start building a base, man. Do some cool things like that. It was a lot of fun. So I don't know, let's say, I don't know, Zaire for width. And then let's take it off here. I'll finish up soon here. I'm losing my voice a little bit. All right, so there's my pinky runway. And let's go ahead and let's put a stall plane in. It might not want to take it because so there's the stall plane, and this should have no problem, especially because you're going to be taking off, going off a cliff. They're going to have no problem doing that. I doubt I can run this if I launch it in this editor, but we'll try it. It might come up static. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see if I can push it. I think we'll be all right. Yeah, see, it's static. So that's static, but like, look at the length of that. I should be able to get off with this plane doing that. One thing they do on some, on the, what do they call them? They call them ski jump aircraft carriers, is they have these blockers that come up and they go in front of the wheels. I probably wouldn't do that because the game would freak out. But if I put, say I put an arrestor system on this, just do a cable with a couple connectors on it, and then one in the center so that it would drag me to the center. The other thing you can do is hook up to the arrestor system and run the engines, get them up to max thrust, and take off. So let's actually do this. I'll continue for a... This shouldn't take long here. Let me do this really quick. Okay. Let's save this. Let's Make it a little bit cool, and I'll name it. I didn't see what's. Trying to see if I was going to number it, but it doesn't really matter. I'm not going to make this take too long, but all right, just trying to get a little bit of alignment so I can see it as I come in. Let's go ahead and spawn that. So yeah, this would be kind of cool, like put a runway and a helipad up here, like a little shack or something. Let's go out here. What is, katydid's in the water. And then let's grab the stall plane. Stall plane probably, Antonov 2 actually. I have no problem landing the Antonov 2 there. Probably a stall plane too. Antonov 2 though, that's going to be the biggest piece of cake to land. If the friggin' slats don't kill me. These slats are the bane of my existence. These slide in and out, and they work automatically in real life because all they are is like bungeed. And when you get to a certain angle of attack, the air starts going up and under them, and it pulls them out. And then when you are traveling normally, the wind is pushing against them. It pushes them against the plane. And so I'm having an absolute hell of a time. I know how to fix them permanently, but it will be with connectors, and they'll make that terrible connector noise that I can't abide. Yeah, catapult would be pretty good. Catapult is not all that hard to make. It's a little harder that they screwed with when they screwed with the stretchiness of the ropes, but it's still not hard to make. You could do you could do RATO, rocket assisted takeoff. RATO. You can't really do JATO. The other thing I really love to devs to add is, again, a big thing for me for parts from the devs is a miniaturization pass, man. Give me one block grippers. Give me, some. Okay, watch these slats. So the slats slide in automatically at a certain speed, but what will happen is, see how they clicked in? It's like they get stuck. And there's a bunch of XML chicanery I'm doing there. And so the problem is they come out at like 60 knots. And so I'll be just about ready to land. And because I'm going so slow, I don't have very good control authority from my control surfaces. And one of them they'll get stuck. And the phantom force will start yawing me. And I don't have the yaw authority. And it like crashes me and it's friggin' annoying. So I have to dick around with that to get them fixed. So like I said, a miniaturization pass, like the other thing they need to add, right? The large linear tracks, they allow us to move them with an up, down, and they slide a little bit, right? Make the small linear tracks. Give us an option for that. That would be awesome. Some smaller wheels, like Thales Aviation Mod Pack had some awesome wheels in it. Give us some of that stuff. That would be cool. So this plane is the king of short field. This has no published stall speed. Now, we'll go through this. Stall is not a speed. Stall is an angle of attack to the relative wind. The reason this does not have a stall speed, and the reason why they use a stall speed, is because at that speed, at that configuration, see them coming out, the slats? At that speed, at that configuration, you are going to be at a certain angle of attack. You need to be at a certain angle of attack to be able to maintain flight. And so you'll essentially go past your stall angle of attack. That's why they say it's a speed. And so with the Ant 2, you can get so slow, you'll never be able to reach your critical angle of attack to stall your wing. And so you can actually flutter down. You can do what's called a falling leaf stall at 25 knots. And you'll hit the ground, but you will land as hard as like a paratrooper with an old canopy would land. So the thing with this is I have to keep my nose up. All right, I'm way off. This is my best prayer to land the sucker on this runway, but the problem is it's a tail dragger. I have to keep the nose up and I lose sight. So I'm at 60 knots. I'm going to chop throttle early Okay, so I can't yaw right now. That's the slats killing me. So the slats just got hung up and killed me. See the slats? They just, I could feel them get hung up. It gives me like a yaw. What I should do is, I should have them come out earlier. I'm trying to make it too realistic. So the issue is they come out when they're supposed to at like 40 knots. And, or like around 60 knots. And it's just, it's like the worst time is you're going super slow. You're about to touch down. And the slats kick you in the ass. The other thing that I'm doing that you really wouldn't want to do IRL is you don't want to cut your pattern in tight here when you're trying to land in a tough situation. You want to have a nice long final so you can see and you line up early and you don't make a ton of adjustments. But I'm coming in a little fast, cranking the power. Oh, hit a tree. Okay, hit a tree. So I hit a tree on the way in, but it's a little iffy, but I should be able to do it with the Ant 2. It's a little bit tough, but I should be able to do it with the Ant 2. Because it has pretty good brakes, it has really good suspension, and I can get down to about a touchdown speed of about 30 knots. So if anything's going to do it, it's this. The problem is, like I said, is... let's pull it back to the workbench. I'll show you what the problem with a tail dragger is. This is the... You! Get back to the workbench. I clicked on the wrong one. The problem is, see how it's angled up because of the tail dragger? This is how you're landing, is with the nose up. And with a tail dragger, you cannot see you can't see past your nose. And so you have to line up really well. And because the runway is going to be so narrow, I will never see the runway. I'll lose the runway and I'll just be having to like guess. Because see, like all this is obscured sight. So let's go. The stall is, this is probably actually going to be better chance. This has good brakes, big wheels, good brakes on it. No nose wheel brake because I'm not an insane person. And it has to be realistic. So let's get this banged up. I don't want ground power on. I don't want generators on. I'll remember how this thing runs. This one is actually probably my best chance and the whole reason is visibility. That I can get slower by like probably almost 30 knots slower. But this one has reversers on it, but I'll be stopped by the brakes before I ever get into reverse. If I can get the thrust all the way out to chopped by the time I touch down, as soon as it touches down, the distance sensor will let me put the props in reverse, and that might help, but I don't think I need the reverse thrust, so let's give it a run here. What do we want? Flaps 1 for takeoff. This is going to be our best chance to land the donkey. Hee-haw. This is a cool plane, man. I like this plane. I was thinking of doing a stretch version of this. I really want a 4-engine cargo plane. And so, like, I try to make all my planes have strengths and weaknesses and reasons to use them. And so a 4-engine turboprop burns fuel like a mother. And so the whole point of that plane will be, so my Seagull can hold 2 of those pallets of fuel. And okay, so this was the other thing I want to show you guys. So this plane, full throttle. I'm at full throttle now. This has an incredibly low blade pitch. See how thin the blades are? And that's what you want. It puts very little resistance on my engines. And even at full throttle, I can only go 109 knots. And that's what you want. And if I want to go faster, I have to start reducing my blade pitch. And the PID controls the RPM of the engine. So the PID is controlling the RPM of the engine by turning the blades. That's how it's done in real life. So that's how I have this system working. Is that me over there? Where the hell is it? Let's put I'm going to put a marker here. You want it at the end of the runway, far away. Nope, it's over there. That was it over there. I couldn't, it was one or the other, I couldn't tell. All right. So let's get rid of this marker. So actually, the best case scenario is if I gave myself a strong headwind. I'm going to come in from water side I also don't have to worry about the slats coming in and kicking me in the ass at the last second, so. But this one, I should be able to get down to 60 knots. And I have a lot of flap, and I have really good brakes on this. 2 big tires with slamming on the brakes. I'll put the brakes on in the air a little bit. Just gently start tapping them right as I touch down. Try to get into reverse as soon as possible. Beta will help. Beta will flatten the blades out and give me very little pull. All right, so let's get set up on final here. So let's go full. So prop is going full forward. As you can see, it's chopping my speed because the blade pitch is going thin. Flaps are coming full in. We want to make sure we're in the white arc for flaps. In real life, you'd damage your flaps. Let's go Navstros landing. All right, and so see how I'm on a really long final? That's what you'd ideally want to be doing in this situation. The harder the landing, you really want a nice long final, and you want to get perfectly set up. You want a good sync rate. You want to have your, you want to be aligned properly. I'm still not aligned properly. All right, let's get a little power in here. I need to really bring in a ton of trim at this pitch angle. So this is what I've put in the new system from Basilicious. But you'll notice this plane has a high deck angle at landing because I'm going so slow, and I need to be able to move that artificial horizon. All right, so we're lined up perfectly. So see how it's a really wiggly, wallowy? Call that wallowy. That's what happens at slow speed is your ailerons are no longer very effective. So you have to do a ton of aileron, and it kind of walks like a drunk because of it. So I need to slam it a little bit here. We need to slam, or else I'm not going to get it in there. Oh, no. That's short. That's very short. Ah! Shit. That's hairy, man. That is ugly as hell. That is really ugly. Trying to get that sucker in there. That's uber ugly. I'm gonna take a picture of this. It'll be fun. This is gonna be fun if we can get if I can get a method going here. It's gonna be tough trying to get a method going for this. I'm trying to get a picture with the runway. I can't get far enough away, but let's do that. But yeah, I have to get a method in, and so the problem is what's called sync rate. You get a bad sync rate. So sync rate's how fast you are descending, and so you want a certain sync rate to be stable. Why? Oh, I didn't. I had to hit get out of camera mode before I could no clip. All right. So I have to get my sync rate under control. So what happened was I was trying to chop too much, and I got a really ridiculous sync rate, and so I couldn't recover in time. Yeah, this is a short runway, man. This is short. This is tough. And you get a bunch of weird effects. For example, yeah, I'll do a pick of the runway. I'll do one right here with me stand on the end with me and the freaking plane whoopsie-daisied into the water here. That'd be whoops. There we go. And so the problem is the runway is also too narrow. And so what you do often so when you have a narrow runway, it gives you the illusion that you're too high. Because if you think about it, let's say you have a really wide runway and it's long. And your brain tells you, okay, the runway is wide and it looks narrow, that means I'm very high. If you have a narrow runway and you're right where you're supposed to be, your brain tells you you're high. So you have to look at the airport diagram and you say, okay, this runway is super narrow. So I need to land thinking I'm too high or I'm going to smash into the runway. And we used to have runways we'd land on when I was flight training, when I was a flight instructor, that were really cool because you'd be flying a Cessna 172 and the center wheel would be right here, the nose wheel, and the end of the width of the runway was here, and the wheels would be right here. So the wheels would almost be sticking off of the runway. And we'd take students there to teach them that, hey, dude, you need to check your runway width. If it's telling you it's really narrow, you need to consciously know that you're going to think you're too high. And what happens, they smash it into the runway and break the plane. And the opposite is true. If a runway is abnormally wide, for example, we used to go into Marquette, Michigan They used to take off B-52s in the Cold War. And so the runway had to be able to, on the tips of the wings of the B-52, it has outrigger wheels. And so the runways had to be wide enough and the taxiways need to be wide enough so that the outriggers would ride on the pavement. And so what would happen is you'd come into Marquette and you would think you're really low because you have a normal runway. What happens? Well, it looks really wide when you're really close to it. So what happens? You come into Marquette and you flare too high, you stall and you crash. And so you needed to look and you say, okay, what? You say, wow, Marquette's 250 feet wide. Okay, I need to keep coming down even when I think it's time to flare. And so you would come down a little bit extra. Yeah, so this is tough. The other thing, why in the sweet name of Sunny Godzilla did I put the runway going into the trees? There is a cool little gap in the trees, which it is kind of fun to land in gaps of trees. But it would be smarter to have it go east-west. And if the runway is going east-west, I don't have to worry about the trees. That's probably smarter. The other thing is, if I cranked up the wind, do I have a compass on me? I don't think I do. Again, what's that? That's west. Let's say that's west. So let's see. If I put in a headwind, so you subtract the headwind. So let me stop this noise really quick. So you subtract the headwind. So let's say, 75 knots is probably the safest approach speed. I was getting probably a little bit too slow. That's why I sank like a bastard there. But so say I come in at 75. If I have a 30-knot headwind, my speed across the ground is now only 45 knots. So now I'm landing as though it's 45 knots. Much better. If I had a 75-knot headwind, well, guess what? That's as though I'm moving 0. I could land on a helipad. And I did. I landed the Antonov 2 on this helipad over here because the headwind was so strong. I actually landed the Antonov 2 on this helipad because your relative velocity across the ground is 0. We've actually gone up in Cessna 152s on really windy days, and we will go backwards because, we can stall at 55. We go 55. The wind was at 60. Well, now you're going 5 miles an hour backwards. You're flying perfectly fine. That's why a tailwind, landing with a tailwind is so dangerous. Let's say we have the same 45-knot tailwind. Well, my approach speed, right, is 75. Well, now it is 120. So now I'm touching down 120 knots. So you need a hell of a lot more runway to slow down going 120 knots than you do at 75. And so it defeats the whole purpose of a stall plane. So if you just turned around and landed on the other side of the runway, well, now you're able to land a lot slower. And so, yeah, but I landed on this helipad with the Ant 2 because, I was able to go into the wind and just touch down nicely. All right, guys, I think I'm going to end it there. That was fun. It was nice to get into the VTOL. Nice to bring back Triton. That will hopefully be getting back in the career build series. That's a fun idea to have a runway up there. That's something I will have to work with. I think I really don't want to do an arrestor system, but an arrestor system will make it so that I can come in hot and fast. It's going to take some practice. I need to fix the slats on the Antonov 2 so they're not wobbling when I'm trying to land. It's tough not being able to see the runway. I need to widen that runway, and I'll keep practicing, and we'll hopefully get it in there. But I'll see you guys later. Thanks for joining. I really appreciate seeing you guys.